with today's meeting. And as always at this time, I get to remind everybody that we are live on the internet. And so that's always exciting and fun to be, as far as everybody up here at the dais and everybody out there in the audience. So make sure that you're ready when those cameras come panning into the crowd. Have your best face on and look like you're having a great time. Also, as we do at any meeting, please make sure, and I have just done this myself, make sure that your cell phone is put on silent, and same with your computers, so that we won't have any interruptions. So before we get started with today's meeting, I'd like to have our formal introduction of our new student member, Haley De La Garza. Haley's already been introduced at a couple of committees, and I told her, well, this is now the official introduction at the board meeting. So Haley, first of all, let me say a couple of things about Haley. She's from Victoria, Texas, and was appointed by Governor Abbott as a student representative for her normal one-year term. And I guess since I've been on the board, this is our fifth student representative, and I think everybody knows, and if you've been to any of our coordinating board meetings, you know how absolutely valuable the student representative position is. It is something that we really, as a board, benefit, and I think higher education benefits having that perspective. So we're really glad to have you here. Haley is pursuing a Doctor of Nursing Practice in Anesthesia from the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston. She received a Bachelor of Business Administration in Marketing from the University of Texas at Austin, and a Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston. And so once again, Haley, it's a real pleasure to welcome you to the board. We look forward to working with you, and if you'd like to say a couple of comments.
Thank you so very much. I'm really humbled and honored to be serving on this board. I really appreciate the confidence of my peers and my university, as well as Governor Abbott in appointing me to this board. I've really spent most of my life either receiving education or delivering education. So I really do fundamentally believe in the power of education. I'm a huge proponent in the fact that it empowers students. So thank you to the agency and to the board for getting me up to speed. I really appreciate it, and thank you for the warm welcome.
Well, if you're up to speed, you're 5 years ahead of me, because it is an ongoing process, I will assure you. All right, a couple of other things that we want to mention to everybody before we get started with the rest of the meeting, and that is our Higher Education Leadership Conference that's coming up in Austin, here in town, October 25th and 26th at the Crown Plaza here, like I said, in Austin. In the past years, this conference brings together regents, trustees, chancellors, presidents, and other higher education leaders to gather information to discuss issues of shared interest. And once again, this is another one of those meetings that we've gotten to go to several times, and as is in the past, I look forward to this one because it is a great opportunity to bring all of higher education together. The Leadership Conference begins at 8 o'clock on the 25th. The new governing board orientation sessions will satisfy the training requirements for newly appointed regents and elected trustees. The conference sessions will overlap with some of the orientation sessions and will begin at 1 o'clock on the 25th. So also the annual State of Higher Education Luncheon, which is absolutely a highlight at this meeting, and the annual Higher Education Star Award ceremony will be held on the 26th, which is the second day of the meeting. This luncheon features the 2016 award finalists, and the commissioner will be giving the State of Higher Education address. So it really is a big luncheon with a lot of really great information to recognize the award finalists and the award winners, and then of course to have the commissioner with his comments. The conference will conclude directly after the Star Awards at about 2 o'clock on the 26th, so time for people to get home. We look forward to a hold the date announcement will be coming soon, but please mark that on your calendars for that big event. Another event that's coming up that's a significant importance, and one that I'm actually very, very excited to attend and to get the information from, is the Education and Workforce Summit. Earlier this year, Governor Abbott established the Tri-Agency Workforce Initiative led by TEA Commissioner Mike Morath, Workforce Chairman Andres Alcantar, and of course Commissioner Raymond Paredes, to assess local economic activity, examine workforce challenges and opportunities, and consider innovative approaches to meeting the state's workforce goals. This is a big deal, and one that, once again, a lot of people in this state are really looking forward to what comes out of this meeting and the work that these three folks have done. We're very, very excited about it. The summit is scheduled to be in Austin on September 19th and 20th. So the 19th and 20th. Space is limited, so be advised of that. To ensure comprehensive input at the summit, the coordinating board, the Texas Workforce Commission, and the Texas Education Agency have carefully selected the invitee list for individuals, and a broad array of public education, higher education, and community and business organizations were on that invite list. Those not formally invited but who wish to attend will be placed on a wait list and will be notified once the agencies are certain we have enough space for additional individuals to represent the specific institutions and organizations that will be participating at the summit. If you do have any questions, please, Mary Smith, Dr. Mary Smith, please contact her. She is the Assistant Deputy Commissioner for Academic Planning and Policy. But this is a very highly anticipated meeting, and once again, we appreciate all the work that's gone into putting this all together. All right, moving on with one of our first agenda items is the Kenneth Ashworth Fellowship Award, and so very excited about this. This is a recognition of this fellowship award. It was established in 1997 by members of the coordinating board to honor Dr. Ashworth for his service as the Commissioner to Higher Education and for the state from 1976 to 1997. The purpose of the program is to provide financial assistance to students pursuing master and doctoral programs leading to careers in public service. Recipients are selected based on their academic ability and promise, career plans, and individual qualifications with an emphasis on leadership and communication skills. So I'm actually very, very pleased to announce that the Fellowship Selection Committee has designated that Catherine Martin is the recipient of the 2016-2017 academic year. Mrs. Martin is pursuing a Master of Science in Social Work at the University of Texas here in Austin. In addition to the award, the selection committee is giving Ms. Martin an autographed copy of Dr. Ashworth's book, Caught Between the Dog and the Fire Plug, or How to Survive Public Service. I think that has now moved to the top of my must-read list. The book provides practical advice for anyone considering a career in federal, state, or local government. At this time, a representative of the selection committee would like to present to Mrs. Martin, and Leah Smalley with the coordinating board will have you do the honors, please.
Yes, and this is on behalf of the coordinating board. We'd like to present you this book. It is autographed inside, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Catherine, a couple of words?
Yeah, first I would like to thank the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board for creating the Kenneth H. Ashworth Fellowship for students with a passion for public service. I am beyond grateful and humbled for this opportunity. Second, I would like to thank the School of Social Work at UT Austin for nominating me for this position. Finally, I would like to thank my parents, my siblings, my partner Matt. They have been instrumental and just so supportive throughout my education. My work with students in Texas public schools for the past 5 years has inspired me to pursue a dual master's degree in social work and public affairs. With this fellowship, I will continue my graduate education to better prepare myself for a career in public service. Ultimately, I hope to give back to my state, Texas, by being an advocate for students in underrepresented communities. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Wow.
Thank you.
Catherine, thank you for what you're doing. You are a true servant's heart and public service in what you're doing. We all owe you a debt of gratitude, and we wish you nothing but wonderful success in the future, and I have absolutely no doubt that you will be a big contributor to the state of Texas, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Moving along, we now come to the part that we always look forward to, and that is an update of the commissioner's comments about what's going on in higher ed. So, Commissioner, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, I'm going to simply give you a preview of some of the important issues that you all have to consider this morning and today. We have a very full agenda. First of all, the we're going to ask you to approve the space model, which, as you know, was a subject of some controversy. We hired a consulting firm, presumably the best firm in the country that deals with these kinds of issues, modeling for space needs over a period of time. And we've sent you the report. And although it's somewhat difficult to read, I think you can probably discern that we got a strong vote of endorsement from the study. And they did point out that in our support category that there might be some room for revision, that the model that we use, while it's certainly a legitimate and valid way to consider the need for space, that it might underestimate the amount of space that research universities need. So we're going to respond to that concern, and with your approval, we're going to suggest we open up the process briefly so that we can perhaps tweak this model, get recommendations from institutions about how we might make the model stronger than it already is. We're going to ask for you to approve our study on veterinary school needs. We worked quite a bit on this. We were left in a somewhat difficult position because you'll see in the report that we don't necessarily need a veterinary school generally, but we do have a shortage of large animal veterinarians. And we know that there's interest in meeting that need here in Texas. And so we opened the door. Instead of categorically saying we don't need another veterinary school, we said we need a veterinary school that focuses on this issue, or we might need one, and we leave it to institutions to propose how to address this shortage. Our major policy discussion today will be around the critical issue of financial literacy. As you know, that's one of the four goals associated with 60 by 30 Texas. We know that we have an awful lot of very young people who are borrowing money, and we need to find ways to make sure that they fully understand what they're doing and what their obligations are to address the payment of the loan. We are going to have a discussion about the LAR, and this has been a long and complex process. We've had a lot of discussion among staff, many hours spent on making decisions about what we would like to recommend to the board, a lot of involvement by stakeholders and a lot of involvement by board members, not only at the leadership level, but across the membership. So we look forward to that. We're going to have a final report. We're going to close the book on closing the gaps. And I want to say what I've said before, particularly since we have some university and college officials in the audience. The thing that I'm most proud of is our achievement in terms of completions. We far exceeded our expectations, and I can tell you that I spent last week in Baltimore at a meeting of the annual meeting of the state higher education executive officers, and I can tell you that people were really impressed about how we exceeded our completion goals substantially. And this is a credit to our university and college leaders who work so hard on behalf of the goals of closing the gaps. And what this demonstrates to me is we know how to educate kids from all backgrounds. We know how to educate rural kids, urban kids, affluent kids, poor kids, and we just need to build on our knowledge and do even better. And then the last project I wanted to mention is we're going to have a recognition of excellence around a project that mentors young men. As you know, men are increasingly underrepresented in higher education, particularly young men of color, African American and Latino. And we have a young faculty member at UT Austin who's figured out one way to help these young men succeed. The presenter is going to be Professor Victor Sines, who, when we first started working with him, he was a young assistant professor. I think he was a first or second year professor, and now he's tenured and has a national reputation in the work that he does. And I'm particularly pleased to recognize his work because he's a product of UCLA, and I knew him at UCLA, and I was very pleased to watch his career as it's developed. So we'll hear from Victor. So we have a very full agenda, and let's get to work.
All right. Commissioner, thank you very much. And so moving forward, this is one of the parts of the program that we really look forward to, and that is having our chancellors come from our systems to give us an update. And so today I'd like to welcome and invite to the mic Chancellor Robert Duncan, who is the Chancellor of the Texas Tech University System. Chancellor Duncan will provide a presentation on the Texas Tech System strategic plan and how it aligns with the statewide plan, the 60 by 30. And so, Chancellor Duncan, we are very grateful that you're here. We appreciate you taking the time to come share with us this great information, and welcome. Glad to see you.
Well, thank you for inviting us here today. It's an honor to be appearing before. This is my first time to go before the coordinating board, and so it's an exciting time for us as well. We have a PowerPoint that's
Chancellor,
brief.
is your mic on?
May not be. So I'm just never have had a loud voice. Sometimes that's good, sometimes it's not. Again, it's exciting to be here, and I think it's important that we meet with you on a regular basis and give you status of where we are. Have a brief PowerPoint just to kind of guide our discussion, and then hopefully if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to field those for you. If we'll go to slide number 2. Slide number 2 is our system. We're a fairly young system in that when I went to Texas Tech in 1971, we had a general academic institution that had the legislature had just approved a medical school. But we were still one institution governed by one board and one president. That continued. We had 60 medical students at that time. That continued for several years. And then when Ed Whitaker was chairman of the Board of Regents at Tech, they decided that we're going to make this into a true system to better manage it and also to better move it into modern higher education administration. So the system consisted of that time of the medical school and Texas Tech University. We had 2 presidents at that time. John T. Monford was the first chancellor at Texas Tech and did a great job there of kind of charting the course for the system. Since that time, our health science centers have grown. We're not just a medical school. At that time in Lubbock, we had health science center, we had medical school, and we had upper division classes or upper division programs in Lubbock, Amarillo, and Odessa, and El Paso. Since that time, we've expanded to have nursing. We have a graduate medical school, our graduate biomedical school. We have allied health, a pharmacy school in Amarillo with campuses. We're now in public health and a physician's assistance program in Midland. Since that time, too, El Paso, the legislature approved El Paso moving into a full 4-year medical school, the Paul Foster School of Medicine. And we have a nursing school there, the Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing. So that expansion of the system went on, and then in the legislature, I believe it was about 2009, decided that it would be a good idea for Angelo State University to join the Texas Tech system. And that's been a great marriage for both Texas Tech as well as Angelo State. I think there's been a lot of exciting synergy and energy that has occurred since our system is there. We have about, in addition to the campuses where these 4 components are comprised, we have, in addition to that, we have 11 other campuses throughout the state of Texas with our different programs. Most of them are in West Texas. We do have a pharmacy presence in Dallas, as well as some 2x2 programs with some of our community colleges in Collin County, McLennan, and Hill County College. So we're trying to grow in areas where there are needs. That's our principle that we look at whenever we look at new ideas and new programs. We prefer to try to meet the needs of the state of Texas and be an efficient steward of the resources that the legislature has provided for us. The role of the system has emerged. We're 20 years old this year. And as you go, you have growing pains with systems, and the proper role of the system emerges. We have adopted kind of the principle of being a welcomed partner for each of our institutions. The system can more efficiently provide services to these institutions from a central perspective in many ways, when audit, facilities planning, and coordinating philanthropy and governmental relations and other areas where it makes more sense to coordinate from and provide the resources from a central perspective, as well as the leadership as to the vision and helping each of the component institutions work with their vision and accomplish their vision and their goals. That's our goal. We call it the welcome partner approach because we want our component institutions to welcome us and welcome our input as we go into it, whether it's in legal or audit or any of these other areas. Our overarching goal is to maximize the investment to the state, but to make sure our components are providing excellent educational opportunities, performing world-class research, and preparing students to be leaders and significant contributors to society. Let's go to slide 4, I believe, is our next. I want to first talk about Angelo State University. And before I do that, I want to talk about just a little bit generally about the success of our institutions. And one of the reasons we have I think our components have all been very successful, is the leadership that we have in those component institutions. Angelo State University's president is Dr. Brian May. Dr. May has been in Angelo State for quite a while. He's one of the most innovative thinkers that I know, and an exciting person to being the CEO of that system. Since he's been there, he has rejuvenated enrollment, rejuvenated philanthropy. He's brought his athletic programs back onto the campus, which has actually made it exciting for students and kept students in, and I think that creates a lot of loyalty to the university. His philanthropy, his participation in philanthropy has been outstanding. These slides, as you look at them, we have little check marks, and each of the check marks signifies areas where programs that are aligned with your goal of 60 by 30. And so I'll visit with you about a few of these programs. A few years back, Angelo State University created the Freshman College. The mission of the college program is to assist new students with a successful transition to Angelo State University and to enhance their first-year experience through academic support, peer monitoring, learning communities, and signature courses. The first-year retention rate is the second highest it has been in 10 years. The four-year graduation rate is the highest in over 10 years. And since receiving state funds to support the program, there's been a 5% increase in retention. Dr. May was the innovator of this program and his team, and I think we're seeing use of that as achieving a significant goal, which is aligned with 60 by 30. Angelo State has earned the distinction as a Hispanic serving institution and is continually examining ways to maintain momentum gained by this designation. As is often discussed, the 60 by 30 text report, the demographics of our state are shifting, and Angelo State is dedicated to serving and improving graduation rates among students of all backgrounds, and specifically for Hispanic students to help ensure the 60 by 30 text plan is realized. Dual credit is a vital part of what Angelo State has been doing recently. Their leadership in the dual credit arena is focused on quality education and meaningful courses, with educational rigor being closely managed and monitored. This past year, the the coordinating board approved a new civil engineering program. The proposal anticipated the enrollment of 25 for the initial cohort. The actual enrollment for the first year is 57. Angelo State has worked to gain significant support from local employers for these graduates, and philanthropy has played a big role, as it does in all of our component institutions, in being able to ensure and bring these programs into excellence and meet the goals and expectations that you have at the coordinating board. Angelo State's unique. They are a small regional public university with a $130 million endowment through the Carr Scholarship Foundation. Approximately 40% of all students enrolled at Angelo State University receive some level of support from the Carr Scholarship Foundation. Angelo State currently has a very robust offering of security studies classes and programs that are aimed at active military and veterans. They are also looking at a possible initiative that would allow Angelo State to build a smart classrooms on the Goodfellow Air Force Base to increase access and expand the reach of its campus. You can tell we're awful proud of Angelo State University and the things that they're doing there. We go to slide 5. Texas Tech University, that's a picture of probably maybe in the country, probably in the world, some of the most sophisticated and state-of-the-art greenhouses that were built on our campus in partnership with Bayer Crop Science. In those laboratories, they developed seed technology for soybeans, canola, and cotton for the world. And it's a significant partnership that Tech has been able to accomplish over the years. And it's in the perfect place in Lubbock, Texas, where we're in the middle of the biggest cotton patch of the world. You'll see the checks where we're aligned. We have these programs that are aligned with your 60 by 30. Texas Tech's experienced a 3% annual enrollment growth since 2008, with a record number of 7,303 degrees awarded in 2015, including an increase in doctoral degrees. Tech has a long-standing commitment to student success and retention. In keeping with the national research aspirations, Texas Tech has set goals of achieving 90% first-year retention rate and 70% six-year graduation rate. The provost, now incoming President Skubnik, brought new focus to this issue by launching an aggressive student retention and success initiatives. Texas Tech has established a task force on student success and retention, and these initiatives are an effort to support students in a variety of areas and see them through to efficient degree completion. Now, leadership at these component institutions is always very important. We're excited about Dr. Skubnik, who was our provost, who has extensive experience in Texas Tech as moving in. But during the interim, as we were searching for a new president, Dr. John Opperman, which all of you know, and who has worked very closely with the coordinating board for 20 some odd years, served as our interim president. And Dr. Opperman has been involved in helping to move these things forward, and he did an outstanding job as an interim president at Texas Tech University. And I want to congratulate him for the service that he did provide for Texas Tech, and also just the fact that his knowledge and experience in higher education policy and finance have been very significant. As far as financial aid and student debt are concerned, an important first step, Tech has begun to encourage better support for students to take 30 semester hours. We believe 30 is the new 12, or 15 is the new 12. It just we have to get students to be able to matriculate earlier. And I found when I was a student, the more I did, the more I had, the better I did. And I think a lot of students probably need to learn that. They need to learn to mature and manage their time, but also move out and not do the 6-year program or the 5-year program. We also have a very successful peer-to-peer financial coaching program called Red to Black. Red to Black is a program that supports the idea that no one understands the needs and concerns of students better than fellow students, and sets up a program to help students understand financial aid, planning, and loan repayment, and real-world financial decisions that students have to make as they go through college. By way of more traditional financial aid support, we've created a dashboard system where students can view their comprehensive loan indebtedness in real time. This also helps them view repayment plans and calculators and loan information. As far as I know, this may be the only type of program like that, but a lot of the students don't really understand. They take the loans out and then they just move forward, and they don't really understand what that means at the end of the day. And so hopefully these dashboard programs like this can certainly give them some real-time understanding of, hey, when you get out, your payment, you're going to have a car payment maybe just to pay off your student loans, and hopefully encourages them to be very deliberate in the amount of money that they actually borrow. And I think all the different counseling and things that we can do to help students in that area are very important. Texas Tech has a fierce commitment to growing their research footprint. I think Texas Tech has always been very much a leader in legislative efforts and things to be able to support more research at the emerging research universities in programs such as the core research program. It used to be the research development program, the TRIP program, and the National Research University Fund, which we participate robustly in all of those programs, and they have been significant in providing the infrastructure and the base funding to be able to allow Texas Tech University to move into the next level of national competitiveness in research. Because of all of this funding, we are now in the highest research category for the Carnegie classification, which whatever Tier 1 means, I think that's part of what Tier 1 is being at least having that classification. And we aspire to move higher into that with quality research, research that actually is contributing to our state and our country and our world. The whole of the Texas Tech system is exciting about our planning for a College of Veterinary Medicine. Texas Tech has been collaborating with the Texas Tech Health Science Center and our campus in Amarillo, where our pharmacy school is actually headquartered. Amarillo is the epicenter of food animal production with dairies and beef cattle. American Quarter Horse Association is also headquartered there, and it's also in the heart of rural agriculture. I think your 2009 report and your recent report has concluded that there are shortages. I think national reports will also support the notion that there are significant shortages in the number of vets that go into these types of practices. And we are working to develop and prepare a model that cracks the code more or less about how do you get more of these young graduates to stay in these rural areas. And it's all about designing a new program that's not constrained by the traditional notions of a large, expensive animal hospital. To that degree, we are working with the University of Calgary, who has what we call a disseminated model that relies more on partnerships with with regional veterinary practices for clinical rotations, similar to what you do in family practice medicine. We've had experience in that with our health science center. When we started, we had a goal and a role to increase the number of health professionals in rural areas. Last year, Texas Tech University Health Science Center, just Lubbock, not El Paso, graduated over 1,800 healthcare professionals. I think that's probably more than any other health-related institution. Using philanthropy from our different component communities, help from the legislature, and I think good leadership, we've been able to accomplish a lot of things, as you'll see in just a minute. Let me go to slide 6. Slide 6 is Texas Tech University Health Science Center. And when I say Health Science Center, we're fortunate now that we have 2 health science centers, one in El Paso and then one headquartered out of Lubbock. We'll talk about, slide 6 talks about Lubbock. This Health Science Center has experienced continued enrollment growth in all degree programs and is dedicated to addressing the distinctive healthcare workforce issues for our region. Our president, again, I talk about this leadership because these component institutions are successful because of innovative and visionary leadership. Dr. Ted Mitchell is the president of our Health Science Center in Lubbock. He has been there for 5 years. He was formerly the medical director for the Cooper Clinic. Kind of a non-traditional hire to be a president of a medical school, but this person has been very innovative and very collaborative. For example, the collaborative nature of Texas Tech University and the Health Science Center working together to plan and create a College of Veterinary Medicine on a Health Science Center campus in Amarillo. Those are the types of innovations and collaborations that he has been, I think, very innovative and provided leadership in. Our Health Science Center was set up with a unique regional model, and this model was developed to make sure all of the students have access to the full scope of practical experience required to obtain a high-quality education. One of the things that's really been unique about our Health Science Center and its multiple campuses is the philanthropy that's been involved in being able to help develop the infrastructure necessary to do that. It's really exciting that the communities and foundations and communities and individuals in each of the communities where we have a presence have invested in these campuses because they know the need and realize that there are significant needs for health care. If rural Texas is going to survive, outstanding health care is going to be necessary. And so this Texas Tech Health Science Center model has been really, outstanding example of that. The Health Science Center has made its commitment to the growth and expansion of their graduate and medical education slots. As you know, that has been a major struggle for the legislature, for you, and for all of our health-related institutions, especially as we grow and expand in that area. In 2016, the ACGME has approved, and we will roll out over the next 5 years, 23 new slots in Lubbock, 9 new slots in Amarillo, and 56 new slots in the Permian Basin. And that's a significant, obviously, relief valve primarily because, as we know, we want to be at that 1-to-1 ratio in Texas. But these programs have been made available through, I think, some innovative thinking by the legislature and by you. And I think that's one of our biggest challenges as it relates to health-related institutions, is to continue to expand the opportunities for more graduate medical education. Our primary focus in GME growth has been in the primary care across all campuses in alignment with the mission of our institution. This is an innovative program that Dr. Mitchell and his team came up with that I think is probably a national model. It's called the Family Medicine Accelerated Track. It's a 3-year accelerated med school curriculum that is linked to a 3-year residency. Now, the fact that it's 3 years doesn't mean it's less. It's just compressed. As Dr. Mitchell describes it, when a lot of the 4-year students are going home for Christmas or rather spring break or summer, these students are immersed in clinical rotations and they're not getting less education, just compressing it into a certain area. They're specially selected students. Not every student gets into this program. It's one that has been they're very selective in who gets in and who can succeed, and they've had a very high success rate in graduating students who actually stay in primary care areas. Our new veteran to BSN program is an excellent example of competency-based education supporting our veterans. The program provides opportunity for veterans with prior military medical training and experience to earn a BSN degree with an accelerated BSN program. I think that's probably one of the more exciting programs in the country, which kind of came out of some innovation that was done from our just BSN to our RN to BSN program as well. Often healthcare happens in silos, and one of Dr. Mitchell's and his team's major goals is to try to break down those silos. Texas Tech has taken the lead in establishing interprofessional education systems that focus on teamwork and collaboration. You know, when you're in the hospital, you want to make sure your nurse and your doctor know what they're doing with each other, that the pharmacist knows that they all have adequate and proper communication. And this program and this initiative at the Texas Tech Health Science Center is designed to break down the barriers and the silos that exist in traditional medicine. And as far as I can tell right now, I think Dr. Mitchell reports that they're having a lot of success, and I think interest in collaboration with other health science centers around the state in developing this type of initiative and priority. Slide 7. Texas Tech Health Science Center in El Paso. Started as an upper division program for Texas Tech Health Science Center, and it's quickly developing as an exceptional health science center on the Texas-Mexico border. Our first president, who started 7 days before I did in 2014, he claims he has seniority, Dr. Rick Lang, who is from the University of Texas at San Antonio, but did time at Southwestern, also Johns Hopkins. He's a cardiologist, a very innovative thinker. And he also has an MBA, so he understands the business side of academics. and has really done a great job of blending into the culture in El Paso, maintaining and building community support, and also designing a unique curriculum that is really different than other curriculums throughout the country, and has been highly acclaimed. He claims, and I don't know that this is true, but he claims that he can hit a 3-iron over the Rio Grande Valley from his office. Now, he's pretty athletic. Now, I don't know if Mickelson might be able to do that. I don't know if Dr. Lane can, but that's how close that campus is to the border. The Paul L. Foster School of Medicine is a growing and thriving, and that's just an example. That community and the health-related institutions in that community have been significantly supported by philanthropy from that community. And I think that's important for all of us in higher education, is the state can only fund so much over the different demands. I think right now there's always this notion of, when I was in the legislature, I always debated whether it was just 25%, but now I'm in this job, I think it's probably about 25%. But the rest, if we, the legislature, and the taxpayers can provide core funding, but excellence is going to require investment from our communities and from philanthropy. And El Paso has been really exemplar in the way they have supported not only Texas Tech Health Science Center, but also UTEP there as well. The Paul Foster School of Medicine is growing and thriving. They have focused on enhancing their GME opportunities for the state. And there are plans to add significant numbers of new slots with programs with hospitals being built in the area, and collaborations that they have with a new hospital that's being built on the west side, which is, I think, a very exciting opportunity, and hopefully we'll see that into fruition in the next year. The Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing set a goal to significantly increase enrollment by 2020. 85% of its students admitted to the nursing school are residents of El Paso. This means that we're educating nurses that will remain in the community and meet the community needs in our hospitals. President Lang has renewed efforts to grow and support our 4 centers of excellence, the 4 centers of excellence in both education and research. These centers focus on unique healthcare feature in this border region related to cancer. Cancer is unique in this region and on the border. Diabetes, of course, infectious diseases and neurosciences. El Paso is uniquely positioned as the only medical school directly on the border to accomplish those sorts of, that sort of research. As part of their long-term planning for growth, El Paso is looking for the regional needs and how they can best address medical shortages and healthcare needs in their community. As you can see, we've got a robust system. We got folks that get along. We actually like each other, and we have a lot of fun doing what we're doing. We're excited about the options and the opportunities that we have to serve the needs of Texas, especially the needs in our region of the state. If you look at Texas, it's a pretty big place. And you draw that line right down the middle, and you go west of I-35, and if you're going to go to the doctor, or you're going to hire a lawyer or an accountant, more likely than not, you'll go into their office and they'll have one of the Texas Tech degrees, but not just in West Texas, all over the country. We're starting to grow our alumni base, and we believe we're putting out our high-quality students from all of our component institutions. I will add one thing there. As far as expansion, we really think that expansion should occur where there are needs. We know about limited resources at Texas Tech University system. We believe that expansion needs to be carefully planned, but also to meet needs that aren't being met. To that extent, obviously, I've talked about the School of Veterinary Medicine. El Paso is also in the planning stage of a dental school for unmet needs in that region, not only of the state, but also of the country. In conclusion, I just want to thank you for allowing us to be here to give you our report. I want to thank you for the support that you've given us, the cooperation of the board and the staff over the years. We have some great conversations and assistance, and I've known Dr. Paredes since he's been here, and he's done a great job for us. So we appreciate what you're doing here, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Chancellor, thank you very much. Members, any questions of the Chancellor?
Chancellor, congratulations on your success, and thank you for that report. The Family Medicine Accelerated Track, I believe, is in its second year, so we really don't know the ultimate results, but I am very encouraged, and really the entire country of graduate medical education and physician education is watching very closely. There's a very robust discussion going on at the highest level of why do we have the fourth year of medical school. And so I would really encourage you and your medical school dean to really publicize the successes and the failures, the best practices of how that might work, because I think there's a model there where we could actually train folks and shave off a year in their education, saving money, getting the workforce pipeline filled, and delivering the final result. Do you have any other kind of thoughts, anything else that you weren't able to mention today?
Well, I do think that we were able to, on the FMAP, our FMAT program, I think we have actually graduated a couple of classes. And I think the quality of their exams, I'll get you some information on that, but it's, I think it's, we're making some progress there, and I appreciate your bringing that up, because it is, you know, debt, even for medical students, is significant. Just like in vet school, debt is one of the things that really, I think, really provides an impediment to even people considering going into these professions. So anything we can do to shorten that. I think what happens in that FMAP program, too, is that you go 3 years, but they scholarship 1, and so you're actually only paying for 2. So Dr. Mitchell says that the students are saving about $250,000 as a result of that.
Yeah, they're saving 50% of the price,
Right.
because they're only paying for 2 years.
Right.
Have you been tracking where your graduates are practicing?
Yes, but I couldn't give you those numbers, but I know that I can get those numbers from the Health Science Center to be accurate on
Sure,
that.
sure. And second thing is, I want to thank you for coming and having a discussion with us before you decide to build a vet school.
Well, thank you.
It's kind of uncommon. We appreciate having this polite discussion. I know you've had a chance to read our report, and I know you have travels and probably won't be able to stay until our report is discussed. Can you give me a little bit of perspective on what you've tried to do to collaborate with other vet colleges, not just within the state, but outside of the state? And where is there an opportunity to maybe not build another vet school, but have third and fourth year vet students train in your region and become graduates and stay in practice in large animal? Because I truly believe we've got a large animal problem in this country.
When we originally started looking at this program, we thought maybe a 2x2 would work, either with Texas A&M or one of the other vet schools. Actually, in Amarillo, you know, you're surrounded by, you've got 3 vet schools that are actually closer than College Station, with Colorado State, Kansas State, and Oklahoma State. So we've reached out and visited with those folks, and the initial idea was a 2x2 program. The problem with the 2x2 program is you still have the expense and the issues of a traditional model that all of these traditional vet schools now have a teaching hospital. And those are expensive, and they have to be subsidized by the state, by whatever resources, and by student tuition. We started looking, and whenever we weren't getting interest from A&M or anybody else on doing a 2x2 at that time, we started looking at a model in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, the University of Calgary, which is accredited by the fully accredited in U.S. and Canada, a program that uses a disseminated model, where you don't have the expense of this animal hospital where you have to staff it, and then also you have a limited student exposure to procedures. And so what Calgary does is they bring students in, and they earlier on get them up to speed on clinical competency. I think before they can get into their third, fourth years, they have to be able to, or fourth year, they have to have been able to do so many surgeries under anesthesia and show that they're competent to be able to be productive in a practice, although they may not be complete in their program. It's kind of like FMAT. You get into the fourth year of this, then you rotate into clinical partnerships that the vet school has with with practices. And so you have the veterinary practices in those regions become mentors and adjunct faculty supervised by full-time faculty. and the students rotate through those actual practices where they're actually doing work under the mentorship of faculty and adjunct faculty on a hands-on day, on a day-to-day basis, similar to what we do with some of our family medicine clinical rotations. That is a much better model. It's cheaper in that you don't have the expense. You do have the contracting cost, but the veterinary practices benefit because they get a little help. They also get the access to the academic resources that the university has. And so that program, we believe, will not only be more efficient for the state, but also more efficient for the student in that the cost, we can keep the costs down. We've spoken with other vet schools around the region, you know, I think there's a lot of interest because all of the vet schools that we have now, at least in this region, are constrained by the traditional model. We have the opportunity now to go forward and design a model, and our approach is not to do this in a vacuum. We're putting together a team of industry people, and we're consulting with as many people as we can to develop a curriculum, working with the University of Calgary, a curriculum that has promise. So we've visited with, of course, all these different vet schools, and I think there's a lot of interest in cracking that code and how can we do that. And it's been very interesting to see how that has been received. So we hope to continue to work with all of it. We want to collaborate. We believe that there are students that are highly qualified to be veterinarians that go to Angelo State University. All of these schools have great pre-vet programs. Angelo State, West Texas A&M, right there in Amarillo, and Texas Tech, Tarleton, other universities throughout the state that right now 75, we have over 75 kids that have to go out of state to get a veterinary education because of the limited number of slots we have in Texas. They have to pay out-of-state tuition, or they go offshore. And so the notion that we would be, you know, what we're trying to do really is not compete with any of these programs, and that's one of the things we're trying to, when we met with Oklahoma State, Colorado State, and Kansas, we wanted to make sure they knew we're not in competition. We really want to be in collaboration. This is an opportunity for all of the vet schools to be able to utilize this sort of a collaborative, what I would call clinical, real world rotation that should be designed to allow us to choose students that are more likely to be in these types of practices, as well as students, entertain students from other schools who want to rotate through this type of a program. So there's a lot of opportunities. It doesn't hurt to be innovative every now and then. And this is if you look at where this large animal industry is centered in Amarillo, in the country. If you just draw the map and you follow the Ogallala Aquifer and you look at all the concentrated animal feeding units and dairies, that's where they are. And so we've got to be able to make sure we provide the right veterinary support for that industry, for human health. Our pharmacy school there is also engaged in research, and one of the bigger issues in our food animal populations are potentials of outbreaks and diseases, and the efficacy of antibiotics, and also the effect of antibiotics on the food supply. So we believe we're uniquely positioned there with a health science center. It's a collaborative. It'll be a TTU entity is what we're proposing, but it'll also be a collaborative with our health science center there. So I hope I've answered your question a little bit broadly, but
no, I think it's very interesting, this disseminated model. And, you know, you brought up two words, innovation and collaboration, and I think that's something that the coordinating board certainly wants to explore with you in that regard. I continue to believe, and I think the report very clearly shows, we have a large animal veterinarian problem in this state, and we are an ag state. There's no getting around that. And you're exactly right. Large animals drive human health, and the health of large animals, if they're unhealthy, is going to be unhealthy for the human population here as well. you read the report. I'm a little concerned that we don't have enough diversity in our veterinarian school. And it would seem that predominantly, and with the risk of not being politically correct, which I'm often not, that probably most of our female veterinarians are not engaged in large animal. Is that an accurate or fair comment?
I think that's probably, I think if you looked at the demographic of the graduates, even in your report, I think reflects that there is a imbalance there that could be affecting what's happening here. You know, handling large animals is that's a pretty physical job, and I think that's a significant thing. I think also as far as the diversity issue, if you look at the schools out that I mentioned, and you add Sul Ross to that, Tarleton, Texas Tech is almost as an Hispanic serving institution. I think we're at 24%. Hopefully we'll be there next year. Angelo State is. I don't know if Tarleton is or not, but I think out there in our region, we're going to be more likely to have a cohort of applicants that could start maybe making a difference on the diversity issue, which I've noticed has been a problem, was a problem in 2009 too, and I don't think we've made any progress much on that.
Comment. Chancellor Duncan, thank you so much for the presentation and the update on the Texas Tech University system. That's very thorough, so we appreciate that. With Dr. Teuscher's comments, I agree that it's good that you're looking at not only the needs but also the cost efficiencies as far as students' tuition and the specific needs for the state. And I've noticed in the report that of the current school we have in the state, only 60% of the students are actually staying in the state, and 40% are coming in from out of state. So I think if we have a different model, there may be some opportunities, so I look forward to looking at a proposal.
I think the FMAP program and what the Health Science Center has done proves that you can solve the problem by being strategic in the way you put people in these different programs. And so hopefully we can keep those students here in Texas, and we can keep them in these regions where we really need them. And I know our vets in the areas are having trouble hiring people. I mean, this is a unique opportunity for Texas.
It is, and as Dr. Teuscher knows, and when you're trying to sell a practice, my personal vet also feels the same way. He was trying to sell his practice, and it's more difficult to sell a practice now for someone who's been practicing 30, 40 years.
John?
Chancellor, thank you for being here. Just a big picture question. What's your biggest concern? And you can either direct that in terms of the Texas Tech system or just higher education generally.
You know, I think the biggest concern we have is core funding. I think all institutions will tell you that in order to be competitive nationally for faculty and for students, that we need to make sure formula funding is adequate. And I think we've talked about that in the legislative process for years. And the number one challenge is to make sure that we can get, adequate funding for all of our institutions to be sure that we can maintain faculty and provide lower class size, better faculty-student ratios. And I think that's always number one. Facilities are always an issue. I know you're battling with a space model. I can't think of anything more exciting than reading a space model report, maybe an actuary report, but those are important issues, and the ability to keep up with modern technology so that our students are getting the best education they can get to be competitive in the world. Our students are competitive internationally. All of our institutions, not just Texas Tech, of course, but all of our institutions of state. I think we're very fortunate in Texas that our universities, all of our universities really are doing a good job. But I do think that core funding, and you've got to be able to keep up with, we look at the other states that have cut funding in higher education, and you see that's if you look at Kansas and Oklahoma, other states, New Mexico, other states around the country, we've been fortunate, and a lot of people look to Texas. I was always kind of bragging about Texas after last legislative session because I thought the legislature was very responsive to the needs of higher ed. But to keep that up is very important, and I think that's, to me, the overarching issue.
Anyone else? Chancellor Duncan, thank you very, very much. Wonderful report. We appreciate the openness and the sharing, and we appreciate the dialogue. So thank you, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, our second agenda item is for the approval of the minutes from the April 28th, 2016 board meeting and the special called board meeting on June 29th, 2016. So I need a motion to approve those. I have a motion and a second by John and Fred. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great, thank you very much. Next is the consent calendar for the entire meeting today. The consent calendar includes the non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save some time on the other items that need more of our attention. Highlighted items in gray are the consent items on the agenda. I want to point out that our practice is to putting most of the rules on the consent calendar, given the extensive vetting process that they go to prior to they coming to the board. However, you'll notice that a few of the rules are still on the agenda. Those are the rules that staff believes that we might want to discuss in a little more depth, and or those that would have received some public comment. Of course, any board member can request that an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar if you'd like. That will give us the opportunity to discuss the item or the items fully later as we get to that point in the meeting. So let me ask at this time, do any of the members want to remove any of the items from the consent calendar? Good with that? Does anyone want to add anything to the consent calendar? Okay, so now I need the motion to approve the consent calendar. David, I have a motion.
Second.
Ricky, second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you, motion passes. Now we're going to begin agenda item number 4, which is our major policy discussion. The 60 by 30 Texas student debt goal addresses balancing and managing student loan debt with a focus on financial literacy. The intention is to address student loan debt in Texas before it becomes unmanageable and deters greater numbers of students from seeking a certificate or a degree. Each Texas public institution of higher education may address this goal and its targets differently, but every institution should seek to create an environment in which the debt students carry after graduation is manageable. Coordinating staff Charles Pools, Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid Programs, will provide an overview of Ashton. Charles, we're going to have the pleasure of kicking off the conversation and the discussion.
Representatives from higher education, K through 12, business and finance, and community-based organizations who will spend the coming year meeting on a monthly basis to develop goals and recommendations in an effort to set the stage for statewide initiatives focused on understanding how and why to pay for higher education. One of the critical components that makes our strategy unique within the realm of financial literacy is this specific focus on how and why to pay for higher education. While financial literacy is a very broad topic, we are focusing specifically on this concept of building a better understanding of the implications in the decisions that individuals make in their choices of coursework, majors, and careers, and how they fund those decisions. Efforts in this realm need to be targeted towards students as well as those who are key to influencing them at a variety of times that influence can be most effective. Prior to college, to help encourage access to higher education, during college, to encourage persistence and graduation, and after college, recognizing the fact that 50% of Texas students finance a portion of their education. In light of these efforts, this portion of the agenda provides an opportunity to kick off our discussion on promoting this better understanding of how and why to pay for higher education. Our discussion today will help inform the work of the Financial Literacy Advisory Committee when it convenes this fall. And we are fortunate to have representatives from 2 institutions that are well known for their efforts excuse me, in developing financial literacy skills, the University of North Texas and the Alamo Colleges. Rachel Grimes and Alex Hellinger will discuss what program elements are needed in financial literacy programs in order to positively impact students' money management behavior and lessen the amount of loan and credit card debt students take on to complete their degrees. They will be followed by Samantha Jones, a current student at the University of North Texas, who will speak about how financial literacy activities positively impacted her college attainment. And finally, Brian Ashton will address activities to continue financial literacy beyond the undergraduate years, such as graduate programming, young alumni activities, etc. Brian is from TG and is nationally known in the financial wellness community for his work as the co-founding chair of the National Summit on Collegiate Financial Wellness. After their presentations, we've devoted time for you all to be able to discuss financial wellness activities with the panelists. Having said that, I will turn it over to Rachel.
Thank you, Charles, for that introduction. It is my pleasure to talk to you today and share with you the financial initiatives and financial literacy outreach programs that we have utilized at the University of North Texas to help students address their college costs, help them move through our university, and help them think about how they're going to utilize their financial life post-graduation. When we look at our financial literacy program, we want to develop a comprehensive and robust program, and in order to do that, we're looking at the whole life cycle of the student. We're looking at the student prior to their arrival at our university or just before through partnerships with a variety of K through 12 educational institutions in our community. We talk to those students about what their funding options look like, what is the cost that is specific to them, and how can they begin to plan to access higher education. While at our university, we have noticed that there are a variety of times within a student's time at our institution that they have financial decisions that they are faced with, and those are usually transitional periods in that student's life. And we help students prepare for those times with different resources and tools to help them make good decisions that work for them and their financial needs. As students approach graduation, we begin to talk to them about what it might look like in regards to student loan repayment if they have utilized that funding source. And we also work with students to understand how their salary or their career choice will impact their financial capability post-graduation, or if they are choosing to move on to additional education, how can they pay for that? What does that mean for them financially? In all of our financial workshops, coaching sessions, tools and resources that we provide to students, we are continuously talking to students about how the different decisions they are making will impact them in regards to the amount of debt that they will be taking out, whether that's consumer debt or debt in the form of student loans. When we're talking about these variety of funding options, we really are trying to emphasize the impact of what those options look like and what they mean for their immediate financial future and their future financial needs post-graduation. We want to be strategic in those conversations to ensure that students are intentional in how they utilize their funding sources to actually help them progress through their time at our university, and how they're going to use that money to help them address some of their living costs, as well as we're seeing more students utilize financial aid for their living costs. Another thing that we have learned in our decade at the university is that legislation in regards to debt can have a significant impact on minimizing student debt, and we can see that in the CARD Act of 2009, we have seen a great reduction in the amount of consumer debt that students graduate with. When we're looking at and talking about financial literacy in regards to 60 by 30 and helping students move or matriculate through their program to degree completion, we want to have a conversation, and we do this with academic departments, not only about how degree choice is going to impact them, but also how their debt load can impact their ability after graduation to do other things in their financial life that they may desire. We also have developed with academic departments a way to identify key transitional periods in which students are faced with financial decisions that may prevent them from being able to address their cost and progression, or may stop them from being able to proceed through the particular degree program of their choice. And in having those conversations, we can prevent some students from leaving our university by preparing them financially to be able to address cost as they arise. There are a few things that we have seen that can be roadblocks to a robust financial literacy program. And the biggest one, and Chancellor Duncan talked about this in his presentation, is students' perceptions about funding sources, about what financial literacy is, about how we can serve them and benefit the students that we see. We have noticed that students are often reactive in their financial lives instead of proactive, and this makes minimizing student debt a struggle oftentimes. Also, resources can be difficult in the implementation of a program, whether that be staffing, space, time, the knowledge of the staff that you have to work with students and share with them different pieces of financial literacy. Another thing that I talked about with academic partnerships is finding people at your institution who are willing to work with you, to help share with you the needs of their students, to help you create more comprehensive financial resources that actually meet students' needs. And then last but not least, this idea of a program that can serve every single student. A one-size-fits-all mentality when we talk about financial wellness can be less engaging for students because every student has an individual need, has individual financial concerns, and how are we developing resources that fit all of those variety of needs that we see from students? When we look at our financial literacy programs, we are driving our programs through assessment. We're looking at the landscape of our students' financial lives and saying, what do they need? What financial skills are they coming to our institution with? What do we need to help them build upon and provide to them? And then in the programs and resources that we are providing to them, are they actually learning something? Are they building a skill set that's going to help them progress through to degree completion, or are we falling short somewhere, and how can we build more comprehensive resources for our students? I do believe that financial literacy is a key to helping students not only access higher education, but understand how to progress, and not just academically, but financially through to degree completion. I feel that financial literacy to reach the goals of 60 by 30 is very timely for our students, but it's also timeless. This is a skill set that is going to stay with them for the rest of their lives and help them post-graduation as well. Thank you so much for allowing me to share with you a little bit about what we do at our institution and how we feel that financial literacy will help push forward the goals of 60 by 30, and I'm excited to see how the committee is going to take the initiatives and help enhance the programs and services that we provide to all students across the state of Texas. I will now let Alex talk. Oh, you got it over there.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you hear me? I'm going to steal this from her as well. Okay, so before we get started, a couple quick things about the Alamo Community College District. We have 5 separate college campuses spread out across the San Antonio area, and our financial literacy program is brand new. We rolled it out in the fall of 2015, mostly using the online version, and the spring of 2016 was the first semester that we really hit the ground running with it. So we're growing. The information I have for you is more from the 2-year community college perspective, whereas Rachel's was more 4-year, and it's a collection of what we've seen so far in our brand new program, as well as what colleagues around both the state and the nation have said in regards to financial literacy. So as we get started, that does work. Okay. With the establishment of a financial literacy program, it's driven by a variety of factors. The availability of resources, time, space, the level of expertise of your staff. It's also a lot of times driven by trial and error methods rather than established practices, just because of the nature of financial literacy being a newer idea for a lot of institutions. So having said that, there are a couple elements that you see across the board in the existing programs that exist that are successful in creating change for their students. The first one being dedicated space. So obviously, if the students know where to go to get help, it's going to lend credibility to your program. It also promotes relaxation and gives the student the confidence that they need to share their story. The next is peer-to-peer connection. I've heard this over and over and over from all of the other colleges, that having students participate in content delivery and marketing makes their fellow peers more comfortable. They're more likely to participate in your events. It's less formal, it's less intimidating. Also, they have invaluable ideas for themes and outreach, especially in regards to social media, because I'm all of a sudden out of date on all of that already. The next one is direct student intervention. This comes especially with a community college of not reinventing the wheel. Use where your students already are. So incorporate your financial literacy plugs into your first year classes. Incorporate it into your orientations when they're new students just coming on board. Get together with your financial aid office and your academic advisors to incorporate it into their advising sessions, because a lot of the times we know when a student comes in and they're having a hard time or they're falling behind on something. A lot of times finances are a big issue. Cross-campus collaboration. We all know financial literacy programs don't fit neatly within a single department or division. So this comes with reaching out to the other departments and divisions across your campuses, finding the common interests that you share and working together. Community partners. These are just finding the subject experts in your community. They want to help the colleges we found. They generally do it for free. A lot of the times you can pull in the speakers that the students want to listen to, like, a Spurs player or somebody, and talk about financial literacy, and it's a good way to boost your program. And then obviously a visible and recognizable identity and brand, because if they don't know that you exist, they're not going to find you or come to your events. Thank you. Okay, so next, when you're talking about financial literacy, obviously debt is going to come up. How best to minimize and reduce student loan and credit card debt. So one thing that Alamo Community Colleges has done, it was in response to a default diversion tactic, was we removed the auto packaging of student loans from our financial aid. I know that's a lot easier for us to do because we have a lower cost than a four-year university, but it also gives us the ability to, when the student approaches us and says, yes, I do want to take out the loan, they actually have to submit an application for it. So it gives them a little bit more sense of responsibility, and they have to think about what they're actually applying for. And we're playing with the idea of incorporating a little bit more of maybe like a cash course module into it if they want to take out a loan, do a module on repayment or do a module on debt. There's always the presentations and workshops. Do a whole workshop series on just credit and credit cards or loans across the board, whether it be a federal loan, an alternative loan, an unsecured loan, just the education, because it doesn't exist, especially in the community college level. And then the last one I put on there was marketing, because you can have the best setup ever, but if the students aren't aware of it, they're not going to come. So use every possible avenue, and this is where the students come in handy because they know what they look at. So if it's a newsletter, send that out. If it's using a digital sign across a campus, use it there. Just make sure you get it in front of the students, or else they're not going to know about it. Okay, and the next one is degree completion and how your financial literacy program can support that. So I have a quick stat from a community college perspective from the American Association of Community Colleges. It's 45% of community college students indicated finances were critical to continued enrollment, but the leading cause of students leaving college is the inability to balance work with college study. Nearly 2/3 of community college students attend part-time because of the need to balance school, work, and family life. So we were just talking about that cross-campus collaboration of your academic advisors and your financial advisors. There's nothing better than when a student's in your office and they're talking about, I just can't take a full-time load, kind of helping them understand what the impact of full-time versus part-time is. So we all know it's kind of hard to take full-time, but if they look at what that actual year is costing them, it might help them get through their degree faster. You're losing out on wages because you're not working a full-time job faster, less retirement because you're not working, you're paying extra tuition, and then you're also eating away at your grant and loan limits that we all know exist, especially if those community college students want to transfer to a four-year university. And then also another idea is the budgeting seminars that we're going to implement this year. It's the typical create your budget currently, but it also has a component of a future budget after you graduate, because it makes them research the salaries that are associated with the degree that they want to get, as well as the repayment options of how are they going to repay those loans that they take out. So it kind of brings home reality to them. And a lot of times, both of those things combined help them understand that maybe taking part-time might not be the best option, because you have more debt at the end. Roadblocks are the same in the next one. These are very similar to Rachel. I'm going to kind of fly through them because she already talked about most of them. Student engagement, this is really hard for what I'm finding with our colleges, is because, come on, try to convince a student to come to a non-required presentation on finances when they're already busy. So it's fixing that and trying to make it fun for the student. Funding, a lot of the programs don't have internal funding, so it's trying to find the outside grant opportunities or just getting creative. The next two, campus-to-campus buy-in and lack of centralized space, are exceedingly hard for Alamo just because of the 5 separate college campuses. So you can have one college that's gung-ho and really into it, and then another college is just not quite buying it yet. So we're just trying to find what works and how we can pull everybody in and get on the same page. Student nutrition, community colleges, they're only supposed to be there for 2 years. So it kind of limits the peer-to-peer connection that you have there, and then it's hard to track engagement because they're here for a couple years and then they transfer out or graduate. And then the age and need range is what Rachel brought up with the one-size-fits-all mentality. And finally, how we are evaluating for effectiveness. Surveys are everybody's favorite, right? So any single time we hold a presentation or an event, we ask any event attendee to complete a survey of what worked, what didn't, what would you like to see, would you be interested in coming to a focus group so that we can kind of see where we need to go next. We send out each semester as a part of our financial aid office a survey. We're incorporating questions in regards to the Managing My Money program into that survey just to see if they're aware of it or if they have ideas of what they want to see. And then we talk to our student workers each semester. Analytics, we use the online cash course curriculum. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's just an online version of everything financial literacy that you can think of. It's completely free to sign up, and it's kind of a study at your own pace thing. But when our students sign up, it's attached to analytics. So at any point in time you want to pull it, you have real-time demographic information, repeat users, any kind of information you want. And then the last one is just benchmarks. It's setting those goals for yourself and seeing how you progress from the past and where you need to go, and using those focus groups that we talked about to judge. And that is all I had. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come in and talk to y'all, and I'm going to pass it on to Samantha.
Hello, everybody. I don't have a PowerPoint, but I'm just going to start off by giving you guys a little bit of a background about myself. I am the oldest of 3 back home. That's 3 girls, so that means we're all very expensive. My parents had it cut out for them from the very beginning. My parents were always pretty average middle class. I knew that if I did want to pursue higher education, I would have to kind of do that on my own. So like most high school seniors, I knew that I wanted to get to college. I just had to figure out how I was going to pay for that. And with the help of financial aid, I was able to attend the University of North Texas. So you get to college and then you realize you've kind of only completed half of the battle. You then have to remember that you have to get yourself through college. I feel like that's the half of the battle that's most often forgot, and people don't really think about that. So I get to UNT and I start thinking about how I'm going to pay for the rest of the 4 years that I'm there. Whether you're depending on financial aid, whether you're working 3 to 4 or 5 to 6 days out of the week, whether you can rely on your parents, you still have to learn how to manage your money. And that's something that it's not part of your high school degree course. You don't really get taught that, speaking for myself at least. And my parents didn't really teach me that either. It was kind of just, I moved into college and I was kind of on my own from then on. And that's when resources like the Student Money Management Center really came into play, at least for myself. There was a time, my first semester of my sophomore year, where I had just moved off campus into an apartment. I had to buy books, and school was starting, so I had to also buy school supplies, and financial aid was doing what it does best, and it was not working with me. So I called the Student Money Management Center, and I let them know my situation. I told them that I didn't want to take out a huge, outrageous loan, especially one that I knew I couldn't pay back later. later. I didn't want to add on to any student loans that I might accrue over my next 4 years, and they pointed me to a small short-time loan that was able to be paid back with my financial aid whenever it did disperse. It was very painless and it was very fast. I was able to buy books, pay my rent, and get everything that I needed taken care of without having to add on to the loans that I may have had at that time. That's something that I'm very, very thankful for because, as everyone has said before me, the goal is to graduate with the lowest possible loan debt, if at all possible. Again, 2 semesters after that, I was transitioning from one apartment to the next because I could no longer afford my first one. It was very nice, but you do have to make sacrifices when needed. And I was told that I had to pay my first month's rent and my last month's rent together. This was very new. I didn't know apartments could ask of that. And it was a lot of money that I did not have. So I instinctively called the Student Money Management Center. I did not call my parents, believe it or not. And they pointed me to all the right resources. They let me know what other offices on campus I needed to call. They let me know, they kind of gave me a finance plan to make sure that I was able to stay afloat with the small amount of money I did have, and kind of got me back on my feet until I was back into like my regular financial situation, and I was all moved in and good to go. So I'm very thankful for that as well, because I had some place to stay and I also had money to live off of, which is very important. In addition to that, I am a parent orientation leader on my university's campus, which means I had to work directly with parents this summer. Last summer, I was a student orientation leader, so I worked directly with incoming freshmen, and I always got the same questions. A lot of people feel like a college degree is not possible because of financial restrictions, and that is why there's not a day that goes by that I do not praise resources like the Student Money Management Center, because yes, financial aid got you here, but there are resources on this campus that will make sure you make it to graduation day, which is very important. It's very essential to let people know that if you get here and you feel like you're stuck in a rut, there are people that are going to make sure that you reach the end goal. Which is what the office has done for me as well. Also, as Rachel said earlier, it's not just about handing you money to solve your problems. It's about, okay, how can you make sure you don't find yourself in the same position again? What can we do differently to make sure that you have a little money left over, next month? What can we do? Do you need to maybe find one more job? Do you need to maybe not rely so much on your financial aid? Do you need to maybe not eat out 4 days out of the week? Small little things like that they can help you with are very essential, and they have definitely helped me during my time at UNT, and I am always happy to let parents and students know that they will have a great office to help them whenever they do arrive that first semester. So whenever May comes, 2017, and graduation, I will be sending them a special thank you because they definitely did help me along my way.
Pam, I don't believe you probably did call home.
After it was all fixed.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I appreciate your attention to this topic of growing concern on college campuses, although I think I can probably just leave it with what Samantha said and just, turn in at this point. I always greatly appreciate the student perspective on this issue. And my name is Brian Ashton, and I've recently joined TG as the Director of Student and Institutional Success, and wanted to talk a little bit today about some of the things that we've seen in regards to financial literacy and financial education beyond the undergraduate years. So I had the opportunity to be a part of a best practice program with the Council of Graduate Schools that looked at the financial education needs of our graduate and professional students. And some of the things that we found there, while they may seem intuitive, I think were telling around the needs that our graduate and professional students have to be supported financially. I think there's an understanding that graduate and professional students have attained one degree, and so they're more likely to persist. But we do see many different circumstances, some that may be akin to what we see in our community colleges and also our non-traditional undergraduate populations, that are centered around them having different circumstances and different needs. And so one of those circumstances that we saw was related to their borrowing ability. And so our graduate and professional students have higher levels of eligibility for borrowing, which is often intended to come with higher income, but is not always the case. And so we see that challenge. And to piggyback off of the earlier conversation around veterinary schools, that's one that we are always worried about, because we do tend to see higher levels of debt and lower earnings than maybe the counterparts who are graduating from a medical school may have, but they do carry similar debt loads. And so how do we make sure that we're equipping individuals to be able to handle that debt load? We also see that our graduate and professional students have a longer-term lens. They're later in life, and in addition to facing some of the challenges that our students have, the cash flow challenges that were just mentioned, they also have the compounded needs of beginning to think about longer-term financial decisions like retirement, purchasing of a large asset like a house, and often supporting dependents. And so we see those challenges. And because of that, they often want targeted programming, and programming that not only recognizes those different needs that they have, but also recognizes their life experience. And this was a part where we ran into a lot of trouble, but believe that we've begun to move towards a solution. And the trouble that we ran into is that many of our graduate and professional students have not received any formal financial education prior. And so when we look at this, about 23% across all sectors of students in undergrad have not received any financial education. And those that have predominantly receive it in a one-time event, which we know may not have the staying power, especially to last into a graduate and professional program. And so what we look at is how do we provide education that is still at a baseline level, but is tied to the needs of our graduate and professional students. And that takes some of that massaging that was mentioned earlier in terms of not having a one-size-fits-all program. Another area where we've seen an increase in programming beyond the undergraduate years is with recent alumni. And so as our students graduate and matriculate into the workforce, there are major life events that are happening. Hopefully they're dealing with increased earnings. Very often they're servicing debt that they've borrowed while they're in school. But they're also making decisions around benefits and retirement savings and other things that are perfectly timed for just-in-time education. We're seeing that correspond with an increased sense from students that it is the institution's responsibility to provide financial education to help support that. And so we've seen alumni associations begin to fill that void. And one of the catalysts for that has been an increased body of literature that speaks to giving and especially young alumni giving being tied to debt levels and efficacy around ability to manage that debt. And so we're seeing it as a place where not only alumni associations are getting involved, but the institution is also taking an involvement in bridging that gap between graduation and especially when a student begins their debt repayment 6 months after. I was also asked to speak a little bit about financial literacy program assessment, and I wanted to touch on some of the big areas that we viewed as national trends around assessing financial literacy programs. And the first is a reduction of stigma around finances. And so year over year, we've had surveys that have been done that address parents and children interactions around stigmatized topics, a wide range of stigmatized topics. And year over year, finances are the most stigmatized ones, where parents do not have the conversations with their children around money that we may expect. So very often when we're delivering these interventions, we find a need to reduce and break through that stigma before we can get anywhere further. And so that peer-to-peer approach that was mentioned earlier, I think is a very strong way to help reduce that stigma. The second thing that we've seen is a need for increased financial awareness. 1 in 10 students, about 10% of students will tell you that they have an idea of what their monthly student loan payment will be after graduation. About 80% of students say they have no clue what their student loan balance is to date. And so we need to start with also just having that awareness of where they stand currently financially before we can move into what we look at in terms of developing financial capability, which we view as financial knowledge, financial attitudes, and financial behaviors. I often equate this to nutrition. I know that there are certain things that are very bad for me. It does not stop me from engaging in eating certain things. And so we need to move through that knowledge first into those attitudes and behaviors after the fact. The promising news is that we are seeing interventions, and especially one-time, one-on-one interventions, that are showing positive gain in these areas. And so we're seeing an increase in the idea of efficacy or ability to manage money, an increase in positive financial behaviors, an increase in the awareness of current financial standing, all of which we view as positive. And again, these are one-time interventions. And what we know is that the longer we can prolong these interventions, the better that we see these results to turn out. We're also seeing increased in financial stress when we administer mandatory interventions, which we think goes hand in hand with that awareness. We're seeing increased stress because now there's an awareness of what they've borrowed. This has already been touched upon, but I want to kind of reinforce one of the things that we've seen from a national level around roadblocks to implementation. Finances and student finances in particular truly are a campus-based initiative, and it needs to be. We've often found that there are homes for these programs, and that might be a student affairs office, a financial aid office, or a business office, but it can never be confused with ownership, because truly these topics transcend all areas of a campus. And this was mentioned, I think, through the life cycle approach that UNT takes, that looks at those different components from enrollment all the way through graduation that are influenced from a student side. And it also dives into the policies and procedures and some of the institutional business practices that we need to amend to help support financial wellness. That may be short-term emergency loans. It might be payment plans that are more supportive of allowing for those cash flow disruptances to be managed for a student. But that requires the coordination of a campus, and oftentimes that can be challenging in a campus environment, but is increasingly necessary. When we think about progress to degree, one of the things that we've taken a look at are the self-perceptions of students around debt and their finances and the impact that that's had on their ability to view degree completion. And I think that self-perception is important to think about because it is reflective of where the student is. We see over 40% of our students in a 2-year setting and about 30% in a 4-year public setting that say that the amount of money they owe and or we use their finances interchangeably there, that has caused them to reduce their course load, which would in turn imply increased time to degree, which, as was mentioned earlier, can lead to increased costs as well. Around 40% in 2-year populations and around 30% in 4-year populations have considered dropping out of college because of their finances or the amount of money that they owe. Similar numbers are there for the amount that have neglected their academic work because of finances. We see that transcend into how students purchase required academic materials, and we see that number, the amount of students who purchase required academic materials, dropping year over year, and the main reason why they cite is their financial standing. And so the positive that we've seen in this space is we've seen more programs that are emerging around the country. We've seen these programs taking, as was highlighted by our schools, a proactive approach to helping equip students with the knowledge and tools they need on the front end, but also taking a reactive approach and recognizing that we're not going to get to every student on the front end, and we need to provide those safety nets to help them manage the crises that they may face to persist through their education. We're seeing promising interventions in a one-on-one setting, as was mentioned earlier by our schools, as well as some of the work that TG has been doing with the coordinating board for our SB 680 pilot schools, looking at one-on-one financial coaching for financial literacy. But we've also seen promising practices in terms of just-in-time education. So how do we make sure that as institutions, we're providing students with the information they need to make appropriate decisions at the time that those decisions are being made? We don't expect that this information necessarily stays with a student over 4 years, so it's even more important for us to get that information to them as they're making decisions. And we're seeing, as I mentioned earlier, an increased trend towards outcomes measurement, which we think is key to establishing justification for these programs moving forward. I've provided more in-depth stats and statistics in some of the written documents that I provided, but wanted to provide that high-level overview of what we've seen from the national level. Thank you.
Panel, that was, you guys did a great job. Charles, thank you for putting together. This was really very, very informative, and each of you did a wonderful job of expressing what's going on at your institution and your perspective. So thank you very much for that. Now I'll open it up to the board members for questions. Ricky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to commend the panel for a very informative presentation. You know, it's unlike baseball. You know, simply because you build it, they will not necessarily come. Is what I'm left with. I served on the board of the Houston Community College Foundation for several years, and one of the issues that we had then was we had students who had completed their degree requirements or their 2-year requirements like a year, and they were still attending classes. And so, again, as you mentioned, one of the things that I'm left with is, what do you all think about making financial literacy a required part of student orientation or a required part of first-year study? Because being the parent of 2 young boys or young men now, you know, they go their whole life with people providing for them, and then we throw them out there and say, you know, you need to figure this out on your own. And at some point, once they decide that they need to go get help, is usually, you know, as a critical point. How important, I mean, I think there's got to be some effort made to tie this financial literacy to the front end and make it a mandatory required part of either the orientation process or their first year or first semester course of study. What can anybody have any thoughts on that?
I'll speak on that quickly. We do provide some various workshops during each orientation session that we have at our university. We do about 7 of those over the summer, but those are all optional. They can pick and choose which workshop that they would like to come to. And while making a mandatory workshop would be excellent, I think what we'll start to run into, and when we talk about a one-size-fits-all mentality, is people who are in a different financial situation tuning out of important pieces that may not impact them immediately because maybe their funding sources are covered, but 2 years down the road, the 529 money runs out, the scholarship is over, whatever it may be, and at that point they need to access some financial funding sources again, but they weren't paying attention in that initial piece because it didn't speak to them in that moment. So while I think something mandatory would be beneficial, there's got to be a follow-up down the road perhaps to help a student as they are faced with different challenges than just that beginning concept of how do I manage my money as I'm starting out in this new journey in my life.
And I agree with that. I joined TG from a campus environment, and we were in the process of phasing in a mandatory intervention with students, but we placed it in the first year because what we found and what our students were telling us was they needed to have that first oh crap moment before they actually took the information we were providing seriously. And so we did try to schedule it in the first year, but we also tried to build in financial education into some of those areas where we knew that students may fail. And so it would be a little bit more intrusive, but if we saw a student who was asking for an increase in their financial aid, institutional aid package, we would provide education as a part of that process, knowing that there was probably some underlying concern that was driving that. And so we kind of tried to pair that proactive side with the reactive side as well.
John and then Dave.
So this student debt is a serious problem in our state and nationwide, and we've got so many young people who end up with crushing debt. It's not dischargeable in bankruptcy, and maybe they don't end up with a degree, or they end up with a degree but with no job, or a job that doesn't require a degree. And so we're focusing today on counseling students about debt, what we're calling financial literacy. So all of us can relate to being a young person, believe it or not, and you don't have that much experience in the real world, and you perhaps tend to be overly optimistic about the future. And by the way, it's good to be optimistic. I mean, that's a good thing about young people. So if you go to a bank to get a loan to, say, start a business, you go through a rigorous process, a very rigorous process, and you can get turned down. So when I'm looking at it, this process from a different perspective and just a general question, do we make it too easy for students to borrow?
I'll go ahead and jump in here. I think, yes. That was one of the main reasons why Alamo took student loans out of the auto packaging, because our default rates were exceedingly high. So we attended multiple webinars and meetings and just to get ideas of how to reduce that. And when it's amazing what happens when you make them just aware of, instead of just hitting accept in their student portal to accept a loan, of them actually going through the process of applying for it. It drives home that it does have responsibility attached. It's amazing how many times even a community college student doesn't know a loan you have to repay. So I think maybe making it a little bit, or at least little steps along the way would be a good thing. I think, yes, we do make it too easy.
And I would agree and just talk really quickly on what Alex said, in that a student may have all of the money that they need to cover their tuition and fees and their living cost, and they're still utilizing some of that money. And what we're experiencing at our four-year institution, and I think other institutions that are four-year see this as well, is a lot of students taking out additional aid to give to their families, to provide support to their families. And so are we allowing students to get into debt long-term so that they can support their families in the immediate, and that's kind of a different conversation, but I just wanted to bring that up, that students may overextend themselves because of either family pressures or an obligation. They feel a sense of obligation to their family as well.
David?
So, excellent presentations. It would seem to me that there's this perception or lack of self-perception and self-awareness of financial literacy. And so ignorance is treatable with education. Stupid is forever. Most of these people are not stupid. They're just economically illiterate. They really are. And I've raised 2 sons too, Ricky, so I understand the pains. I've got scars. But their mother taught them how to wash their own clothes because they couldn't hit the clothes laundry basket when they were 9. And they were on a budget, and they had to buy their own food, their own snacks, their own toys, their own treats, their own clothes, and anything else that they wanted. And that started when they were 12. Most parents aren't doing that. It would seem to me, and this is where I'm going to get to the question, that pre-matriculation is the time to educate them on financial literacy, that they must take a module or online. We can design that. They must take that. It will require them to have a conversation with their parents. It will require them to fill in a number. How much is your parents going to give you per month, per year, per quarter to be able to support your activities? It will require them to look at alternatives even as a freshman in high school. Well, if I go to community college for 2 years, I can stay at home and work, and I can get to this junior year with my 60 hours, and I'll only spend $5,000. And I can do that and still have a job, and then I can actually graduate on time. And it's what Ricky's saying, you know, you have people who are graduation phobic, and they're just sitting around there waiting for another year because it's party time. Understanding that if I borrow this money, it has to always be paid back, always has to be paid back. We've had a lot of discussions. Alex, you brought up about an online analytic. Was that the cash course reports? Is that something that the student accesses or the institution accesses? And I thought students were moving away from online more to apps on their smartphones. So help me understand what young people need, because we've been talking about building an app that would be a financial app that they could program all the money that they've borrowed, all the money that they own, all the loans, and saying, if you borrow another $5,000, you know, you're going to do this. And Samantha's example, you know, making sure the student, as they enter, understands if you get an apartment for $500 a month, and then decide you don't have $500 a month, it's going to cost you $800 to move into the $400 a month apartment, and that's money that you don't have, and you're not going to get your deposit back from the $500 apartment until you've already moved into the $800 apartment, and then you got that OC moment, as Brian talked about.
Yes. First, the analytics are for the institution. So all of the individuals and students or staff members that sign up for Cash Course, they link it to a specific college. And then Cash Course is sponsored by the National Endowment for Financial Education, automatically links it to Google Analytics. So the institution at any point in time can log in and see the demographic analytics associated with it. We use Cash Course. It's our student population. It was actually a focus group of 5 student leaders from our Student Leadership Institute, looked at a whole ton of online curriculum models, and they selected Cash Course as the one that they liked working with. So that's why we've been kind of modeling what we're doing around Cash Course. It isn't an app, and I think that would be an excellent idea, and we would definitely use that. But we're just trying right now to encourage students to sign up for the online curriculum, the regular computer that you log in, and incorporate it into our first year classes. We know we can't dictate that curriculum to them, but it was our hope that maybe our first year classes would use it as extra credit, and then just use it like that.
What about the idea of making it mandatory before you get any financial aid, before you even enter the college? I mean, it shouldn't be part of orientation, it should be part of pre-orientation, because then you're forced to have a conversation with your parents while you're still at home.
So
Maybe even in high school before you decide where I'm going to apply.
I think that that's an excellent idea. I think that from our standpoint, when they come to our institution and we're talking to them at an orientation session, they've already made a decision to come. And of course, they could always change their mind, but they're there. And so what have they been told before they get there? So what's happening in high school? What's happening in these college access programs? What are we talking to our students about beyond just apply, apply, apply? You can get in, there's funding. Are we really talking about what that looks like comprehensively? And I think that's where we're falling short, just having worked with several college access programs. It's hard to educate students on that impact of that and what it actually looks like. In addition, I think, kind of going back to what his question was in mandating it, I think it would be beneficial to help people be realistic so that they don't get into our institution and realize, oh, this isn't working for me financially, and now they've wasted time or they've eaten a bunch of credits, which can hurt them in regards to financial aid and, of course, financially as well. So I think something prior to and helping them really look at different options could be beneficial and make their money go further in the end.
Well, and two, I think it'd be a tool for our high school guidance counselors to guide those students to say, okay, these are the institutions, and if you want to pay premium, you can go here. You can get into this school, but it's going to cost you a lot more. But this is a very good school, and it's a much more economic model. You know, Sam, you know, you're probably the youngest among us. So wouldn't it have been helpful to have that conversation with a guidance counselor and taking an online course and program your own financial aspects in that ahead of time?
Yeah, that's what I really like when you said that you feel like this even goes before high school, you know, before it starts very early. It's not very efficient for you to be a freshman in college and just now taking a course on financial literacy when you've already paid for tuition, books are due next week, you know. So I do think that it's something that has to start early. I feel like even if you make it, like I said, I am an orientation leader, so I know that the workshops are there, but I've seen students look at the schedule and say, you know, I'll go to something fun. I'd rather go to this instead. It's not something that students take very seriously until you have that OC moment. I do think it's something that should be mandatory. I know that now for UNT, whenever I do take out loans, I do have like a federal it's through the FAFSA website, but it's like a small little course about how much student loan did I have now, if I decide to take this loan out, what I'll be at the end of the semester and things like that. But I almost feel like it needs to be a little more in-depth. It needs to be a little more serious. It's something that you kind of like a quick pop quiz. You read this paragraph and then you fill in some answers and you're done. I think that it needs to be something that's taken more seriously. If it is going to be something that's put into play during orientation or pre-orientation, then that should be the case, and then have a follow-up, maybe like a app or something. Just, it needs to be something that's concurrent, like all 4 years. It doesn't need to be something that we just address whenever a student is a freshman and then it's just gone forever. Because like Rachel was saying, sometimes students are perfectly taken care of that first year and they don't realize that they need this help until third or fourth year in school. So it's just implementing something that's going to be proactive, yes, that first year, but then reactive the following years as well.
Well, and the other part to that is you're looking at this only from the federal loans. Mm-hmm. It has to be comprehensive to all loans, all sources that are expecting some kind of payback. So whatever we build or design has got to be comprehensive so that you can say, oh, by the way, the student center gave me an extra $1,000 so I can move into my new apartment so I can afford it. Mm-hmm. Well, you put that in there and all of a sudden you program that and you go, whoa, wait a minute, I got to adjust my budget. Mm-hmm.
You know, one of the things that with my oldest son, one of the things that I was most impressed about his experience is that he went to Virginia, and one of the things that he had a counselor his first semester of his first year, and when we met with his counselor, the counselor told us in front of him, we do not allow people here to go beyond the time that we think that they need to be out of here. You're not a freshman or sophomore, junior. Your first year, second year, third year, and fourth year, you're out the door. That's it. I mean, you're going to be finished. And I can't, I mean, I was so impressed with that they told him, you will finish in your fourth year. That's just it. And I think that is as important a part of financial literacy as knowing that you got to pay a loan back. And so that's why I think that the two are tied together. I mean, we're letting young people make decisions that, quite frankly, they're not prepared to make. And then they end up suffering the consequences, and we all suffer the consequences because they can't pay the loan back. So, you know, it's a hand in glove type situation.
Haley?
From a student's perspective, you've got it completely right. It is multifactorial. The needs of students at two-year institutions, four-year institutions, and at the graduate level are very different. And you do have to have that OC moment. It's beneficial to have it in orientation. It's very beneficial to have your parents provide it for you. That builds a very good foundation. But the fact of the matter is that is unique. It's not the thing that happens most often. And so it is unique in that your children are prepared for that, but not all kids are prepared for that at all. So the conversation does need to happen before they matriculate into college, and as well as once they get to college, so that they know that somebody's available when they have that OC moment, and they know exactly where to go and who to call.
Once again, I think you guys understand the passion and the commitment from the coordinating board to how do we help solve this, or how do we help make students more financially literate? Because I think that when we look at the goals of 60 by 30, you know, I think financial illiteracy or literacy is going to determine are we or are we not going to be able to do that in a timely fashion with a strategic plan. So it is one of the foremost issues that we're dealing with, and we're putting a lot of thoughts into this. And y'all's presentation today, really, I said at the beginning, was really, really well done. Each of you brought a very, very important perspective and great insight to the coordinating board, and I know that we benefited a tremendous amount from it, so I really appreciate it, and great job to all of you, and thank you for being here. All right, we will move on to agenda item number 5, which is the recognition of excellence, which is meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and highlight the outstanding work of our education faculty and administrators and the outstanding institutional programs around the state. And I will say this, each time that we have this recognition of excellence, it truly is a learning process for each of the board members, and quite frankly, an inspirational moment for me each time. Some of the programs that we've heard are creative and innovative and really doing some wonderful things, and today is absolutely not an exception at all. So very much looking forward to this. The Texas Education Consortium for Male Students of Color is our program, and with us today to tell us more about the program is Dr. Victor Sines, the Executive Director of the Texas Education Consortium for Male Students of Color and Associate Professor of the Department of Educational Administration at the University of Texas here in Austin. Dr. Emmett Campos, Director for Project Males in the Texas Education Consortium for Male Students of Color at UT Austin. And Dr. Luis, and I don't want to mess this up. Panwan. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for that. Will help me remember. Dr. Panwan was the co-founder of Project.
I could get in trouble for that.
I get it.
Must have worked once.
That's right.
Only one.
Dr. Panwan is the co-founder of Project Males and Associate Professor of Higher Education Administration at Texas A&M University. Dr. Panwan also serves as the external evaluator of the consortium's work. So thank you all for being here today. We are very excited to hear from you, and I believe, Dr. Sines, you're going to be the one kicking us off.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Chairman Jenkins. I appreciate this amazing opportunity. I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Paredes, sir. Thank you very much for your many, many years of support and guidance in our efforts on behalf of the students of the state of Texas. And to the members of the board and distinguished guests in the audience, thank you so much once again. I'm here as a representative of the University of Texas, and also I'd like to say my colleague Dr. Campos and I are both here representing UT Austin. But let it be said that UT and A&M can indeed work together, Chairman Jenkins. I'm sure you'd appreciate that as an Aggie yourself. So we, in fact, Luis and I go way back. We've been working as colleagues together for over 10 years now through our works around the country. And I am a native son of Texas. I'm a fourth-generation Tejano from South Texas, from the Rio Grande Valley, Mr. Farias, and grew up in Rio Grande City area in Stark County, unfortunately, one of the poorest counties in the state. But a lot of what I do as a scholar now, as a researcher here at the University of Texas, I might add a two-time Longhorn as well, is really motivated and informed a lot by my experiences as a young man growing up in South Texas, right along the border. And the work that we've done here at UT Austin and with our partners around the state of Texas is really about acknowledging a key policy and educational imperative facing our communities, our state, and our country. This work, the Texas Education Consortium for Male Students of Color, couldn't be possible without some amazing support from sponsors, thought leaders, thought partners around the state, including the Greater Texas Foundation and TG, obviously UT Austin and Texas A&M, as well as the coordinating board, and most recently, the Kresge Foundation, and their efforts to continue to support our efforts here over the next few years. Now, I wanted to start kind of to help problematize this issue for us, to think about what do the data trends look like for young men of color, for particularly Latino and African American males in the state of Texas. And as you all know, we've been tracking 8th grade cohort data here in the state for a number of years. And if we look at this data closely, we can see that for male 8th graders from those cohort years in the late 90s, we follow them up 11 years later, we can see that, you know, a very small percentage here, about 1 in 6 are earning a higher ed credential about 11 years out from their 8th grade year. For female students, that ratio is a little bit better, but still certainly nothing to be excited about. I want to highlight that there's already a key sort of proportional difference here in terms of the rates of educational attainment among boys and girls here for this 8th grade cohort. And if we looked at more recent 8th grade cohort data, you see that these gender gaps, as we call them, are continuing. Now, we disaggregate even further for boys of color among the male 8th graders. You can see for Latino male 8th graders, only about 9 out of those 100 have earned a credential 11 years out. And for African American male 8th graders, only about 8. So any way you slice it, this is pretty dire and sobering data. And I think it really underscores the urgency and the imperative around these issues focused on boys of color. And certainly even with the prior Closing the Gaps plan, you know, there was a concerted effort on the part of the coordinating board and many other leaders around the state to identify this issue, Latino and African American males, as a key state policy priority. That's something that has become a key impetus for our work as a statewide consortium. Let me also talk a little bit about the general conversations and narratives focused on males of color in education. You know, often we found in our research work that the kind of conversations that are being had around this particular quote-unquote crisis is often somewhat self-destructive in a lot of ways. That we tend to utilize very hyperbolic language around boys, particular boys of color being in crisis, being damaged, needing to be saved, needing to modify their behavior towards some sort of semblance of respectability, that they're missing and vanishing, that they're engaging in deviant behavior. All these things ultimately point to a broader narrative. In fact, the pathology around boys of color, boys and young men of color. And of course, given the tragic incidents over the last few years around violence, gun violence around the country, the very high profile incidents, we understand that this issue, these conversations taken even on a more sort of sinister tone in some ways. So I think I wanted to start here because I want to establish that as a group of institutions around the state, our consortium is really dedicated to avoiding these deficit narratives, as we call them, because I think they continue to perhaps get in the way of some meaningful results and action around the lives of these young men that we're trying to intervene on behalf of. And I wanted to establish this because this very much speaks to the philosophy in which we embrace this particular challenge facing the state of Texas, and one that we try to educate others about. So again, yet another opportunity to be able to share that work. So how are we framing the issue? How are we narrating this issue in Texas? You know, we start by understanding this issue at scale and defining it at scale. So some of the data I shared, certainly there's a lot more data where that came from, but we recognize that this is much more of a larger scale issue, one that one single program at one institution couldn't possibly address in any meaningful way. So we recognize the need to network across educational sectors. That's yet another way that we frame this issue. These issues around educational attainment for men of color, when they manifest themselves in higher education outcomes, you know, clearly we understand we got to unpack that. It starts much earlier in the education pipeline. And so for boys of color in particular, we really mine that data very carefully, understand what are the policies that might be perpetuating these kind of gender gap, you know, metrics as we look at them at the output level. We also frame the issue around building collective impact. So this is a phrase, a common term that's been around for a while now, and certainly our philanthropic community has embraced this as a sort of theory of change around how to bring about systemic change around these big issues, and we've embraced it. We've embraced this idea and philosophy very carefully because we feel, again, given the interconnectedness of these issues across the pipeline, we have to be able to work with our K-12 partners, with our community college partners, our four-year institutions, both public and private, around the state of Texas. As I said earlier, we're working actively to avoid these deficit explanations. We realize that there's a lot more there to pick apart around the kind of policies that might be perpetuating these outcomes for boys of color, around special education tracking and diagnostic policies, around school discipline policies, and ultimately even around our college access policies. We also define men of color very explicitly as Latino, Black, API, which is Asian, Pacific Islander, and Native American. This is not to suggest that we're dealing in a sort of ethnic exceptionalism around these issues, but rather that we recognize that the data points to some very dire trends around these particular student populations, and if we are to triage and carefully administer our limited resources, we ought to be able to focus them intently on these key populations of students. And finally, I think we're really looking to leverage our collective knowledge. We recognize that, again, the UT or AMs of the world may have some great researchers in place, but ultimately the real expertise lies out in the field, working with partners hand in hand at the grassroots level, community colleges, school districts, who are actually doing the hard work of educating the great majority of our students across the state, particularly these boys of color. And we're building this capacity through a culture of evidence. How can we leverage our knowledge and expertise around the state that exists at these key sectors of education, but also build a culture of evidence around the programs in terms of what works, what is the evidence that ultimately points to what works, and how can we work to actively scale up those types of initiatives and efforts. So to help kind of focus on that a little bit further, I'm going to ask my colleague, Dr. Ponjuan, here to talk about why a statewide consortium for males of color is so necessary. Dr. Ponjuan.
First of all, thank you and good morning. I am honored to be here this morning to talk a little bit about the work that we believe is critical to the success, and when we think about framing this, about the economic prosperity of our state. And the reality is that when we start looking at the demographic realities of who is becoming our workforce, we need to acknowledge the challenges that are faced in our communities. So when we think about why a statewide consortium, I want to point out this idea that the scale of the challenge, it requires partners from across different educational sectors. This is not a silo where it's just about higher education needing to fix something, or it's about K-12 needing to fix something. We recognize that this is an issue that cuts across all the different sectors, and we recognize that we need to focus this in key, what we consider demographic population centers. We're working in El Paso, we're working in the Valley, we're working in the Metroplex, we're working in Houston area, and we want to recognize that this links up to the work that's already been established through My Brother's Keeper. We had the opportunity now, I feel like I have a frequent flyer miles going to DC so often to talk with the White House about the work that we're doing. And when we had the opportunity to meet with the president, I had that 90-second meeting with him. And he says, so what are you doing? And he says, well, we're doing work in Texas. And he says, well, let me tell you something, Luis. We're looking at Texas. Texas is the demographic reality of our country. We want to know what you're doing to help men of color in your state so that we can take that work and apply it at a larger scale. So when we're thinking about the scale, it's not just about what's happening in Texas, but how we're going to be what we call pioneers in the leading edge in the work that we're doing, addressing the issues that are essential to not only our state, but our country. But we can't do that if we don't have what we call the metrics of success and understanding what that looks like. And with the recent publication of the Texas 60 by 30, I had the opportunity to teach a course this last fall about what is 60 by 30. So we spent an entire semester looking at your policy.
Wow.
And taking a look at what does that look like as scholars and applying that to men of color. So what does 60-30 look like for men of color, given the challenges that you just realized just a moment ago? What does that look like? And so we recognize that in order for us to move the needle and have what we call institutional buy-in, we really are grounding this in 60 by 30. What does 60 by 30 look like at a community college? What does 60 by 30 look like at a K-12 or a superintendent goals? When we're looking at institutions that have dropout rates and a majority of the students are dropping out are men of color, we have a problem. And so the challenge becomes, how bad does it have to get before we start making a difference in the work that we're trying to do? And so we can't do that without creating these metrics. And then finally, I think it's almost critical to recognize that we need to recognize that it's not just like Victor said, a UT and A&M. Now, I will point this out, and I'm not trying to self-promote, but the fact that we have the two flagship institutions working on this issue together and going to different communities across the state and saying that Texas A&M and UT Austin are working with the best of the best to try to address this issue has a lot of clout. It doesn't hurt that we have two tenured men of color addressing this issue as well. And so we recognize the power and the presence of what that looks like, but we also recognize that we can't do it alone. And so this collective impact is the last piece. This idea that we need to recognize that we have to bring different people to the table to have conversations about this. While we may have what we consider an objective viewpoint on this, we realize that it takes communities, families, it takes a lot of different individuals to get involved with this work.
Dr. Campos is going to talk a little bit about the membership of our consortium.
So we have here a visual representation of the consortia, and what you see here in front of you is a map of the 6 urban areas that we're focused in. The usual suspects: Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, El Paso, the Rio Grande Valley. And as you can see, we began with 14 original members, consortium members, and we've since grown that consortium membership in the past year to 20. We've also are continuing to recruit new members. This map also represents the 3 sectors that we work with: ISDs, community colleges, and universities. As we grow the consortia, we're trying to be strategic about how we grow the consortia. So, for example, when we get a university member that wants to be part of the consortia, we want to be sure that they're already working with 2 of the other sectors, community college, ISDs. Again, we are expanding the consortia. We haven't. I've just sent out another 5 invitation letters. A number of institutions want to become part of the consortium membership, but because we're trying to be strategic about our growth, we're being careful about that expansion. We began the consortium in 2013, and in the last couple of years, we began to bring together an advisory council of representatives from the various institutions, and we created a set of bylaws. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to build the capacity of this advisory council so that we can leverage their expertise in the work that we're trying to do. Because you're looking at the only full-time staff person that is actually heading the consortia work. So I need help, and one of the ways that we're trying to do that is through the leveraging of the advisory council, and also do work with a team of graduate research assistants. So again, we have a waiting list of at least 10, 12 institutions that want to become part of this. And I think that speaks to the important work that we're trying to do. We're really excited about continuing to build the consortia over the next 3 years. That Kresge grant is going to be able to support us during those 3 years. And of course, we're also hopeful that we'll get renewal from Texas Guaranteed and Greater Texas Foundation.
So before you ask, you wonder, why is your home institution not on this list? We often get that question when we're out and about the state. And part of it is, you know, as both of my colleagues alluded to, we're really trying to be responsible in how we're growing this thing and have it be organic to some degree. So we've had a lot of these institutional partners often approach us when they learn about what we're doing. They're trying to link up with a broader statewide conversation. And I think the forum or the platform that we're providing, being headquartered here in Austin, here at the University of Texas, particularly at the Division of Diversity and Community Engagement, we have great support from UT Austin. Vice President Gregory Vincent, who oversees that division, has provided us a home, a space to be able to do this work. So because of that, I think that's definitely opened doors. The fact that both flagships are involved, that opens some doors as well. But little by little, we have been able to grow this consortium. And that's not the end-all, be-all in terms of our objectives. We certainly are focused on developing that governing infrastructure for this work as we think about long-term sustainability, but we also come together throughout the year. This is where the actual work of the consortium happens, through biannual meetings, to our annual leadership summit for young men of color, which is actually taking place just 3 weeks from today. And we're also looking to expand on the research, again, to build that culture of evidence that we talk about. Dr. Bonjuan and his team at A&M are primarily charged with that task. And finally, of course, we do this work because we are intent on disseminating this work to others, recognizing, again, the public service that this represents to the state of Texas and to all sectors of education. Just to give you a little idea of what we've been up to the last few years, we've met across the state. We often, when we meet, we come together, we convene local partners. We were most recently at University of North Texas. I know they're represented, my colleagues from UNT here in the audience. In fact, several of our partner institutions, I believe, are represented in the audience here today, and of course across the state listening. And so we come together, we convene local partners, we kind of tap into their expertise of the local area and what they're doing on behalf of boys and young men of color. We also engage researchers from around the country who are doing cutting-edge work to help inform our work here in the state of Texas, and of course our partners around the state. And then finally, of course, we're engaging in these longer-term kind of strategic planning. The next few years, we're going to really look to think about sustainability and ultimately deriving what we can from the research work that the A&M team has been leading to help develop capacity building and technical assistance tools over the next few years. So that's kind of where we're at. This is a little save-the-date thing that we do for our summit, and we thought it'd be great to be able to share with you all. It is 3 weeks from today here at UT Austin. All of you are certainly invited and welcome to attend and participate. And what we do at this event is pretty simple. We bring together about 250 or 300 young men from across the state. Our consortium member institutions bring a contingent of about 10 each. And we engage in 2 days of professional development. We focus on the 3 themes of leadership, career readiness, and brotherhood. And we feel those are the 3 pillars that ultimately anchor all the work we're doing to help advance student success outcomes for males of color, both K-12 and higher education. We weave in 3 tracks, one for K-12 students, one for college students, and one also for the adults that come with them, right? The professionals, the practitioners that often accompany these young men at our sessions. So we have a pretty exciting 2 days plan here coming up in mid-August, and we certainly invite you. So the final thing I'd offer is just where we go from here. You know, we have some really exciting new opportunities. We mentioned the Kresge grant we just learned about literally 2 weeks ago. That's going to help extend the work over the next few years, and more importantly, help us develop a plan of action, a strategic plan, a business plan that can perhaps help sustain this work long term. We also have strategically aligned with key partners around the state, here in the Greater Austin area, of course, with the Greater Austin Area My Brother's Keeper Initiative and Task Force, but also with other key researchers around the country, research centers, a Minority Male Community College Collaborative based in San Diego State, neighborhood centers in Houston, et cetera. So we're looking to develop these strategic partnerships with grassroots, with CBOs, and also with higher ed institutions around the country. And of course, that future work will continue to focus on how we can build capacity and build this culture of evidence. I know we're very close to the time. I'll just finally acknowledge that this work is not possible without some amazing people that are helping to advance it. And most of the team is made up of graduate students at UT and A&M, yet another way that we are working and coming together. This represents the iteration from a year ago. We've actually grown since then, but again, we really are committed to demonstrating to our students and modeling for them what it means to do engaged scholarship that ultimately helps respond to the urging and pressing needs facing the state of Texas. Thank you very much, and again, we are truly honored by this recognition and opportunity to present before you.
Great, thank you. Absolutely wonderful presentation, and thank you for the work we're doing, and I'll open it up to board members for any questions. David?
Congratulations on your work, your research, and presentation. It was 40 years ago that I participated as an undergraduate student in a program called Big Brothers, very similar to what you're doing. And it struck me that every one of these young men of color didn't have a father. And that was a missing link. They didn't have a nuclear family, a father that was committed to his mother and that he provided the moral and ethical leadership for that young man. It seems to me that your long-term vision has got to be a restoration in the next generation of the role of these men as they grow up to be real men, that they become committed to one woman and that they raise their young men in that fatherhood role. So I would encourage you to make sure, I'm sure you're doing it, but you see, I know your research proves this, that if you don't have a nuclear family, if you don't have a father at home, it's very difficult to grow up and be successful as a young man. Maybe more so in the colored community, but it's also in the white community. I see it all the time in my community. So it cuts across all lines, but it seems to me that's the missing link. And maybe you can tell me about your research, and if I'm missing the mark, let me know.
First of all, thank you for the insight, and more critically, the reality that in the communities that we're working with, that is a reality. I would be remiss to say that single mothers aren't capable of raising good men. I'd be remiss to say that there aren't communities that recognize the importance of good male role models outside of the home. But the reality is that when we start thinking about the role of family, however we define family, plays a critical role in raising young men. And I think it's important for us to think about, and when the work that we've done over 17 site visits across the state of Texas. And when you go to do these site visits, you hear a lot of stories. And a lot of the stories that they talk about is, I have to continue being part of the family. I have to be the man of the house, the things that you talk about. The fact is that we still have a responsibility to create opportunities for these young men to succeed despite those barriers. There are a lot of young men that didn't have fathers that are still being successful. There are a lot of mothers that still do a good job of raising young men. The challenges are real. When you take a look at what you just mentioned, when you see who's incarcerated and things of that nature, those are real challenges. But we need to continue working on with what we consider the asset base of what can we do as communities to help these young men succeed. It raises a particular question about the K-12 of having more male teachers. The reality is that when these young men aren't having male role models in the house, then where do male teachers of color fit into this equation? How does K-12 create programs like Call Me Mister in South Carolina that addresses the pipeline from young men who are in college to pursue K-12 teaching profession as a profession, to create positive role models? When I had an opportunity to work as a tutor for Upward Bound, I had a lot of young men that looked at me and says, "You're in college?" I said, "Absolutely." So the reality is we need to do a better job of not just saying families, but creating role models across the whole spectrum.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a couple of questions. Are all of your participants, are they in college or college graduates?
So our consortium is intersegmental. So we have young men who participate at the K-12 level, primarily middle school, high school. But the bulk of our students within our consortium are at the community college sector, which is no surprise. We know that the majority of students in the state of Texas enrolled in higher ed are enrolled in the community college, or certainly start at the community college sector. And in fact, our community college partners have been some of our most committed in terms of being leaders within their respective areas of the state. So yeah, I think the majority of our students are in the community college sector, higher education, four-year sector. But ultimately, yes, they're all students. The ones that we're ultimately trying to serve. Now, the institutions each have representatives that ultimately attend our meetings, and the one where we bring everybody together is the annual summit that's happening in 3 weeks. But we really work as creatively as we can to identify what are the programs and models that are out there serving these young men across sectors of education, and learn as much as we can from them to help build capacity. By that we mean, a lot of these programs tend to be homegrown, they tend to be grant-driven, soft money-driven, but they don't necessarily have the capacity to incorporate sort of systemic evaluation into their work, to be able to demonstrate what it is they're doing well. So that's one of the ways that we're trying to help build that capacity. And in so doing, also learning as best we can from all of our different partners. So it's very much a collaborative, sort of collective effort, which is why we talked a lot about that through our presentation.
Well, and I appreciate your answer. The reason I ask is that those young men who are in college, although the struggle that they face is certainly real going forward, what do you think is the need for starting earlier? Because as I understand it, people who drop out of school decide in the 3rd grade they're going to quit school, and they leave in the 10th grade. But as early as the 3rd grade, they've already made up their mind that I can be successful at this or I can't be successful at this. And it's because for a number of reasons. I mean, what is it that you think we have to do from an educational standpoint to get to young people earlier than in college?
Mr. Raven, thank you for your insightful comment, because it really resonates with our work. And more importantly, I would love for you to take my class, because I could share with you the literature and the research that you're pointing out. There's a recent study that says if you are not a high school graduate, you're 63 more times likely to be incarcerated.
Sure.
So the reality is how does that work? Well, if you don't get to finish high school, then you don't just drop out of high school when you're in the 12th grade and say, oh, I'm done. The reality is that when you take a look at who is being tracked into remedial courses, who is being put into in-school suspensions, who is working with these students and saying, you have a behavioral problem. All of those things, all of those markers start talking about the policies that these students are engaged in or are part of in the K-12 system. I had the opportunity to doing a site visit with the ISD superintendent in El Paso. And he said, we had a policy that said we can kick you out of school by before the 3rd grade. So there were children that were being kicked out of school permanently before the 3rd grade. And he said, that's unacceptable. We cannot kick young boys out, and the majority were boys of color in El Paso. We cannot have a policy to kick boys out before the 3rd grade. That's insanity. And so what he did, he changed the policy and said we are no longer going to completely expel a student before the 3rd grade. That's not acceptable. So that small change all of a sudden gives students hope, because it's not just the child, it's the policies. And we want to think about, and I say this commentary a lot, and I'll close with this. Too often we asked our students to be college ready. We need to be college ready, when in reality, institutions need to do a better job of being student ready. How do we get our institutions of higher education become more student ready for the diversity of students that come to our doorstep? And we do that by thinking about the policy and the practices and the programs that address that issue.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Did you have something?
Yeah, excellent presentation, good update, so we appreciate all the work y'all are doing and continue to do. I was looking at the slide, and I was wondering if your sponsors of your group, Texas A&M is not part of that. Was that a mistake on the slide, or they're not part of the group? And how, I noticed you've invited people, and I was just kind of curious about that.
Thank you very much once again. I feel like I'm on the hot seat. You know, that initially when we did the first round, we were an external evaluator, and so we had to have some level of objectivity outside of the program. So I couldn't do an evaluation of Texas A&M, and so we had Texas A&M as not part of the consortium. But we're in works right now. We're working with Dr. Christine Stanley, Dr. Roger Martinez, and others to actually make Texas A&M part of the consortium with the intent and the focus of, when you think about it, in the big picture, a lot of folks want to come to Texas A&M and UT Austin. And the reality is that we need to think about what that looks like for these young men that want to go to those institutions. But I would be remiss if I don't say this as well. When we need to redefine what college education means. Not everybody's going to go to A&M. Not everybody's going to go to UT. And so the 60-30 document, which, like I said, we studied, it's about getting credentials. So yes, A&M is going to be a part of this consortium in the next go-around, but we need to really think about how do we get young men of color that when they look at, it's intriguing. I had an opportunity to give a talk over in at Tarrant County College, and a young man says, I'm going to be a college graduate, Dr. P. I'm going to be a college graduate. I said, awesome, what are you doing? I'm getting my certificate in culinary arts, and I'm going to be a sous chef at a major hotel restaurant. He's a college graduate. And so it's things like that, redefining what the 60x30 document really points out is that we need to redefine getting folks to Texas A&M, getting folks to get college degrees, college credentials. Thank you very much.
Can you tell me why TSU, Rice, and U of H is not a part of your program?
Great question. And I think part of that, again, it starts with an understanding of how we started the consortium very modestly. The Houston area continues to be an area of focus for us. Clearly, that's the key population center of the state of Texas and Commerce Center, et cetera. So we're moving aggressively to work. In fact, we're in discussions with organizations like the Houston Endowment and others to help us sort of enter into that space a little bit more ambitiously over the next few years. Our next consortium meeting in October is going to be hosted by Houston Baptist University, which is the newest member of the consortium. And we're certainly in discussions and have been in discussion with Houston Community College and not quite U of H just yet, but certainly we certainly be willing to do that. We're going to spend a lot more time, I guess the bottom line, Commissioner, working and connecting with partners in the Houston area, given the demographic reality of what that region represents for the state of Texas.
I mean, I just can't imagine why those three schools would not want to be a part of it. I mean, I don't understand that.
And it's just a matter of the ask. We haven't actually engaged with anyone there high up enough to be able to broker these conversations. And that really ultimately, I'll end with this point because, you know, all these institutions are members because their CEOs have signed on. Right. This isn't a student affairs initiative or an academic. This is the CEO. We go directly to the president's office, directly to the provost, or directly to the superintendent. And we worked from the beginning in that way because we wanted the leadership of these institutions to acknowledge this as an institutional priority. And that's part of the MOU that they engage in. And certainly that is true for all the Houston institutions that we've already incorporated, including Lone Star and Sam Houston State, San Jacinto College, and will be true for the forthcoming ones in join as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Well, congratulations on the work that you're doing and how quickly you've expanded. It's very impressive. Have you formed partnerships with organizations that have very similar initiatives? For example, 100 Black Men, which I forget how many cities it's located in Texas. Also, I know Big Brothers Big Sisters has an initiative that targets African American, Latino boys, and they have a school-based mentoring program that mentors youngsters as you know, first grade, second, third grade, and so forth. And those organizations have a lot of expertise and strong mentoring programs that could help people that are university and college-based to work more effectively.
Absolutely. I'll have Dr. Campos respond to that. We're actually in the midst of developing an affiliated partners group for the consortium where we're connecting with some of these community-based organizations, nonprofits, many that have spent decades, in fact, improving their work on behalf of boys of color in particular.
Yeah, so as you can see, one of the areas of expansion is moving into these sectors that are beyond ISD, CCCs, and four-year colleges, including the kinds of institutions that you're referring to. And so we've created a new category, a consortium affiliate, and we're going to bring on board organizations like the Neighborhood Center in Houston, a couple of other organizations as well, 100 Black Men. In fact, we're already working with representatives from 100 Black Men through the work that we're doing with the My Brother's Keeper initiative here in Austin, Texas. Dr. Steins and I are part of the exec committee and also chair two of the committees. And so through that work and through the work as on an advisory council at the University of Texas at Austin, led by Dr. Gregory Vincent, we're all part of that, and representatives from the various organizations, including 100 Black Men, are part of that advisory council. So yes, certainly looking to expand our partnerships with that sector, and we're gonna because we know that the work. In order to be successful, we're not going to be able to just do it simply with post-secondary institutions and ISDs. We need to reach out to those other stakeholders, community stakeholders, to do that work. And they've been doing it for a long time, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, as you pointed out. So we're going to learn from their experiences. We rest our hat on mentoring as an intervention strategy. There's a lot of strategies out there, but mentoring we know works, matters, to overuse a cliche. But we have a strong mentoring program. We partner with AISD. We're at 8 schools. The only reason that we don't expand beyond and scale out, as you can imagine, building capacity presents its challenges. when you have a limited staff. So we're being strategic about that expansion, but certainly mentoring here locally with the ISD, and a lot of the other partners around the state are also looking at replicating the mentorship program that we've established. It took about 4 years to get there. But we're continuing to grow that mentorship strategy as well. So again, a key part of that is going to be partnerships with the institutions that you mentioned, community partner institutions out there.
And so, Commissioner, again, to acknowledge your great support, Dr. Gardner's support, Dr. Laredo when she worked here as well as an assistant commissioner, all of you have been, Dr. Booker as well, all of you have been great support, so supportive of us from the beginning, and even helping us think through what a statewide effort like this would look like. It is pretty ambitious. Certainly, we've had folks discourage us, but ultimately the scale of this challenge warrants this kind of response, and we've been so fortunate and honored to find so many like-minded colleagues and institutions around the state. We're going to continue to do this work with your support and ultimately to help advance and move the needle on behalf of boys and young men of color in the state of Texas.
Great. Gentlemen, I can't thank you enough for being here. I'm sorry, David.
You don't mind. I wanted to follow up and validate what you said, Dr. Panwan, to my comments. I've met a lot of young men that are an example and exemplary to their community who are being raised by single moms. I've met a lot of young men who are exemplary, who are being raised by their grandmother because both of their parents are incarcerated.
Right, absolutely.
And, every life is precious. And we cannot throw away third graders because they're a behavior problem. That is unconscionable. It is our duty and our responsibility to provide the leadership to rehabilitate these kids, to give them a full life. I take care of trauma, and there's 3 phases to that. The first phase is resuscitation. You got to keep the body alive because it comes in, it's dead, and you got to resuscitate it. So you guys are in resuscitation mode, and God bless you because you're doing a great job. The second is you got to reconstruct. So you got to put all the bones back together. So the reconstruction is the second phase. And then the last phase is the rehabilitation, and then ultimately that ends up with an independent life where the patient walks out of the hospital and resumes an independent life. And so that's really the long-term goal, and that's kind of what I was talking about, is these men need to become fathers and have that nuclear family, and that really is the ultimate goal. But you guys are in resuscitation mode. I get it, and I'm 100% supportive. Congratulations on your excellent presentation and initiatives.
Thank you.
And it is congratulations on winning this recognition. We hope that the support of the coordinating board continues to embolden y'all to continue to the great work that you're doing, and we do want to be a partner in that regard, and because we know what you're doing is going to affect 60 by 30. I mean, it all comes to that, and I also wanted to say, I said to the commissioner, that's the first course I've heard talked about, teaching 60 by 30, so thank you and congratulations for that. We appreciate it. But
You can take my class as well.
that sounds like something we should all be doing. So.
Can we get that online?
Yes, you can. I'll send you the syllabus.
Outstanding, outstanding. Gentlemen, thank you all very much. We appreciate it. Congratulations. Okay, we're going to move on to the next section, which is matters relating to the full board. And we'll start with agenda item 6A, which is consideration of adopting the negotiated rulemaking committee's recommendation relating to the allocation methodology for distribution of the one-time appropriation of unexpected balances in the Texas Beyond Time program, which we heard a little bit about yesterday. So Charles Pulse, Deputy Assistant Commissioner with Student Financial Aid Programs, will explain this item to the board members. Charles?
Thank you. In April, I had the pleasure of serving as the agency's representative on the negotiated rulemaking committee to determine an allocation methodology for a one-time distribution of roughly $65 million in unexpended balances for the Beyond Time loan program. This distribution is occurring in light of legislation that occurred in the 84th legislative session that phases out the Beyond Time loan program. Working with 10 representatives from the state's university systems and independent universities, the group was able to quickly reach consensus on a one-time distribution methodology that is based on a comparison of total Beyond Time set-asides made by institutions in the fiscal year 2007 through 2015 period, compared to the total Beyond Time loans dispersed to students at those institutions during the same time period. The proposed methodology is currently under review by the Legislative Budget Board, and we are seeking the board's approval of the one-time distribution methodology contingent on approval by LBB.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Discussion.
Okay, questions?
Have we ever dispersed any of the money from Beyond Time? This is the one and only disbursement, or this is just what's left over?
This is the, as the program went through, of all of the set-asides that were collected during the process, a significant portion of them were lent out as Beyond Time loans, but there was a portion that wasn't lent out through the program. And so this is representing that unexpended amount and passing that back to the institutions. The, I want to say HB 700, I hope that is correct. Thank you. HB 700 that phased out the Beyond Time loan program, it includes provisions that in 2020, when the program is over, any unexpended balances will be returned to the institutions. A rider within the General Appropriations Act specifically guided us to redistribute 65 million of those funds at this time. And then in 2020, we will do another distribution of any remaining balance at that point.
So I guess my question is this the original payments, and this includes interest that we've had over the last 9 years, or?
This is just set-asides from the institutions. Yes, this is set-asides from the institutions that had not been lent out through the Beyond Time loan program.
I don't guess you had any students coming back saying, that's really my money, can I have it back? No?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you give us a list of what you calculate the schools and how much they'll get?
I can get that. I do not have that with me right now, but if necessary, I can get that for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Gino. David?
So this is actually money that students paid in, not the institutions?
Yes.
This is, yes, it's set-asides. It is tuition set-asides that the institutions have collected.
Why are we giving it to people who didn't pay it in and not to the people who paid it in?
We're returning it to the institutions that had collected those set-asides, and so it's going back to those institutions that had collected it.
And my point is, we're giving it back to the tax collector and not the taxpayer.
Right.
That doesn't seem right.
But that's what the legislature decided, right?
Is that where
That's
we're at?
really-
Okay, so we have to do it this way.
Yes, this is by legislative
This wasn't our
decree
decision.
through the rider and...
I'm okay as long as you tell me the legislature tied our hands.
The legislature has instructed us to distribute this funding back to the institutions.
And was there anything in the legislation that stated the money should be used for future student loans? That was really where I was going.
That's the key, that is the key, and that's what the LBB is currently considering. I think that the reason why they haven't blessed the one-time allocation methodology at this point in time is because they are focused on how the institutions are going to use those dollars when they get them back.
They just can't give out pay raises to,
Well,
or
there's no
build a building.
specification in the rider. There's no direction on how they can spend it.
Right.
It is general revenue dedicated that was collected for the purposes of these loans, and now that we're not issuing any new loans, so I think that's what is the outstanding issue at this point in time. So that's what we're waiting more direction
So
on.
can the board give a recommendation on that?
The board was only directed to allocate the funds, and because of our other provision in our statute that says we have to go through negotiated rulemaking to
Right.
determine allocation methodologies, that's exactly what we've done. So I don't think that we have any more authority to do anything more. We can certainly provide the LBB with our feedback.
I think that's what we're looking to do.
Right. And I would approach the commissioner
Right.
and just say, is there a possibility we could influence on how the money is actually used once we refund it, especially since it came from students. And it wasn't, I mean, it was an actual taxation on students. Anyway, you've heard my...
We can certainly do that. I'm hearing Dr. Teuscher say it would be appropriate for the money to go back to the individual students who contributed. I'm not sure logistically how we would be able to do that. But then I'm hearing Ms. Shepherd say it should be spent on financial aid, maybe?
I mean, so if we cannot refund it to students who actually paid it out and will be paying for it for the next 20 years, then at least put it into the pipeline to help other students versus building a building or, you know, adding faculty or just the general fund. My thought is we still need to look at what we're talking about, student debt. And this was truly the state imposing more student debt.
Right.
Yeah, so just to
they
get
didn't meet
to-
the requirements.
just so-
But it was a zero-interest loan, so it was a pretty good deal for students, even if they didn't meet the requirements of graduating on time with a B average.
True. I guess since you're right, logistically, we can't track down everybody that paid into this. That would be a paradigm not achievable. I would like to see it go toward defraying current student tuition and fees. Okay. It'd go back to some students.
Sure.
And you could even put a little thing in there, a gift from former students.
We will draft up a formal letter from the commissioner addressed to the director of the Legislative Budget Board, and we will articulate your recommendation. Thanks.
I think that's as good as we can do, and I think that's great points to bring up, and thank you for that. So I do have a motion and a second. So now, all in favor of adopting, please say aye. Aye. Oppose? All right, motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, agenda item 6B is consideration of adopting the negotiated rulemaking committee's recommendation relating to an allocation methodology for the one-time distribution of funds associated with the teacher education program and bilingual education. Charles, again, you're up.
In April, I also had the pleasure of serving as the agency's representative on the negotiated rulemaking committee to determine an allocation methodology for a one-time distribution of roughly $2 million in funding to 7 institutions in the Metroplex area to provide financial incentives to promote teacher certification for bilingual education, English as a second language, or Spanish in school districts with high critical needs. While no funding was appropriated for the rider authorizing this program, LBB authorized the agency to utilize the unexpended balance from the Top 10% Scholarship Program to finance this one-time effort. Working with representatives from each of the institutions identified for funding, the group was able to reach consensus on a one-time distribution methodology based on the projected funding needs of each institution, not to exceed $150,000 per institution for each year of the biennium.
All right, so again, do we have a motion to accept the recommendation? What was the amount of money, Charles?
Roughly $2 million.
Right. Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Janelle and a second by Stewart. All in favor of the motion, say aye, please. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Charles. Agenda item 6C is a presentation regarding a report about the historical production of veterinarians in Texas and the nation. Dr. Rex Peoples, Assistant Commissioner for Academic Quality and Workforce, and James Goman, Assistant Director for Academic Quality, will present this report. Gentlemen, thank y'all, and Rex, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In anticipation of receiving proposals for new veterinary schools, we decided to conduct a study and try to get a little ahead of a bit on determining the need for a new veterinary school or the need for veterinary medicine in Texas. And I will let Dr. Goman present the findings from the study, all of which you have a copy of, and then we will be delighted to try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'm going to present you with an update on veterinary medical education in Texas. When staff were preparing this update, we considered three primary questions that you can see here. First, do we need another veterinary school? Is there a state need for additional large animal vets? And if there is, what is the most efficient way to address that need for large animal veterinarians? Next slide. Here we have a map showing you where the veterinary schools are in the United States. Texas, of course, as you know, has one school, the Texas A&M University College of Veterinary Medicine in College Station. Only 3 states have more than one veterinary school, and in each of those 3 states, the second veterinary school is private. The number of applications to U.S. veterinary schools was roughly constant from 2009 through 2012, then peaked in 2013, and the overall trend line is flat. Enrollments in U.S. veterinary programs have gone up 24% over the past decade. The number of graduates produced in the U.S. has increased 14% during the past decade. Applications to the A&M veterinary program have increased 28% between 2006 and 2015, while cohort sizes have not increased. Total enrollment at A&M is relatively constant. The number of seats has averaged 132 for many years now, and the total enrollments have varied little in the past decade, ranging between 503 and 528. Production of graduates at A&M has varied from a low of 119 in 2009 to a high of 133 in 2014. The overall trend line is flat, reflecting A&M's lack of expansion in that first-year seat cohort. Median tuition and fees for residents at U.S. colleges of veterinary medicine have increased by 41% over the past decade. By contrast, A&M tuition and fees are below the national median and in the bottom third of all veterinary schools in the U.S. Average starting salary for U.S. veterinarians was roughly $70,000, an average debt to first-year income ratio of about 2 to 1. So graduates are facing a difficult financial picture because they're incurring a large amount of debt, but their salary is going to make it challenging for them to be able to pay off those debts. Mean student debt at A&M is $83,309 overall, and about $95,000 for those students who hold debt. Who are veterinary graduates? Well, we have a long-standing trend here in the United States and in the state that most veterinary medicine school graduates are women, and that's been the case since the 1980s. Another long-standing trend is that most DVM graduates in the country are white, and that's also true at Texas A&M. As far as employment, nationally, we are producing more veterinarians each year than the projected number of openings. You can see that there on the right. We have about 1,900 annual openings, and nationally, we're producing just short of 2,700 per year. While at the state level, we produce fewer veterinarians than the projected number, fewer by about 62. As far as where our working veterinarians come from, Texas is not currently producing enough veterinarians to meet that projected workforce demand, as we saw on the last slide, and it imports about 40% of its veterinary workforce from other states. Staff have estimated that there are about 6,660 active licensed veterinarians in Texas, and the majority of those have a small animal practice serving people's pets. The second largest category is mixed, and that's those vets who treat large animals and small animals. A smaller category, 180 vets in the state, work primarily or solely on large animals. When we look at where veterinarians are practicing, we can see that rural regions of Texas have relatively few veterinarians treating large animals, despite the fact that they have most of the livestock. Whereas when we look at companion animal veterinarians or pet veterinarians, we can see that they comprise the vast majority in all regions of the state. When we look at where we have a ratio of food animal veterinarians to animals, we can see that those rural regions, the High Plains, the Northwest, and West Texas regions have the lowest proportion of veterinarians to food animals. There is concern in the veterinary profession about excess capacity. What this means is that some veterinarians may be working reduced hours or just not working as many hours as they would prefer in their practices. Several reports and papers in recent years have discussed this concern, including a prominent 2013 AVMA report from the Center for Health Workforce Studies. In recent decades, fewer newly graduated veterinarians have been going into large animal practice, and more have chosen small animal practice. For example, in 1989, 531 veterinary graduates entered food animal practice, whereas in 2009, 203 did so. That's a drop of 62% in 20 years. When we look at another factor that plays into the shift, which is salaries. In 2009, median salary for food animal vets was $73,000 per year. For companion animal veterinarians, it was $85,000 per year. So these economic forces are influencing the choices that newly graduated veterinarians make. Veterinary technicians assist veterinarians in their work, and Texas has 15 vet tech programs. 10 of those are at community colleges, 2 are at public universities, and 3 are at private colleges. Texas A&M, with our vet school there, has constructed a new facility to allow for expansion of the cohort size, which is a big change for them because, as I showed you in previous slides, they hadn't changed that initial cohort size in many years. They're planning to expand that initial cohort size by 20 to 30 students, and they are developing partnerships with other system institutions to create a pipeline to try to draw students from more rural areas of the state, come to study veterinary medicine, and then hopefully go back out to those rural areas to practice. As far as costs, your traditional new veterinary medical school is an expensive proposition, and that's largely due to the need to construct some large and expensive facilities like animal barns, large animal hospital, small animal hospital, and so forth. There is a new distributed model that you heard mentioned earlier. That was pioneered by the University of Calgary up in Canada. And this model largely avoids the construction of those big, expensive facilities by placing its students in regional veterinary practices to give them their clinical experiences. Now, both models do have significant yearly personnel costs, estimated at about $13 million, plus other operating costs like equipment and supplies are a little more difficult to estimate. Our conclusions. No new veterinary school that produces primarily small animal veterinarians is recommended at this time. The high cost of establishing a new traditional model veterinary school would likely outweigh the potential benefits to the state, given the small to moderate workforce demand. Furthermore, due to the economic forces that drive graduates' decision-making, building a new veterinary school would not guarantee in any way that a significant proportion of those students would go on to practice on livestock, practice in rural areas, which is what the state needs the most. There are less expensive and more cost-effective ways to address the need for veterinarians in Texas. Recommendations. First recommendation is to fund the existing veterinary loan repayment program. Because students graduate with high levels of debt and rural salaries tend to be lower, offering new graduates help with their loans could persuade more of them to go into rural practice. Given an average yearly tuition and fee cost at A&M of $22,000 per year, Texas could fund 45 veterinarians a year with a fund of $1 million. Staff also recommend that Texas consider expanding the scope of practice for veterinary technicians to allow them to be remotely supervised by a veterinarian, and this could potentially increase the availability of veterinary care in rural areas at a reasonable cost. The third recommendation is that the board may consider a proposal designed specifically to produce large animal veterinarians in an innovative, cost-efficient manner that does not duplicate existing efforts. That concludes the presentation. Dr. Peebles and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Chairman?
Janelle?
I have a question back on the slide about where the vets are concerned about expansion or excess capacity. So did you actually send out a survey? Did it go to all vets? Did it just go to large animal vets, or did was this concern more in the small companion veterinarian population that they were concerned about excess capacity?
Excess capacity was something I learned during the course of my research when I looked at veterinary discussion boards, when I looked at position papers that had been written by the profession, on the profession, like that AVMA 2013 study. That's the Association of Veterinary Medical, the American Veterinary Medical Association. So basically, they contracted out to some researchers, and they looked into it. What they found was that there was excess capacity nationally, and they used the indicators that I have here on the slide as evidence of that. They found that there was excess capacity across all sectors of veterinary practice. Now, it varied. You know, there was some variation, say, between excess capacity in companion animals versus excess capacity in livestock treatment, or excess capacity even in government service, which is another area. You know, the USDA employs a lot of veterinarians, for example. But they found that there was excess capacity across the board in 2012. Then when they examined the issue again in 2015, they found that excess capacity had diminished slightly, but was still there. And they projected excess capacity through 2020. When I looked at the indicators that they had, for instance, the average earnings, I found, you know, evidence from other sources showing that earnings were often not keeping pace with inflation, for example. And so to me, that was evidence that they seemed to be correct about the stagnant wages. So while I did not conduct a survey, I did find evidence to support the contention that there was excess capacity.
So that's why it's easy for Texas to import veterinarians? Is that really why? Because you said that A&M only provides, what, 60%? But we've been able to import vets because of that excess capacity in other states, really.
Right, because at the national level, we seem to be producing more vets than there are openings. So here in Texas, we're able to take some of those vets that perhaps had trouble finding jobs elsewhere.
Thank you.
David?
So thank you for the report. Is there a member or a representative from the College of Veterinary Medicine here? I guess not. What exactly is, maybe you can answer this question, what exactly is this developing partnerships more likely to practice in rural areas initiative all about? What exactly is A&M doing to address what the Chancellor from Texas Tech said is there's a real maldistribution, not an oversupply, but a maldistribution, especially in the meat-producing areas of the Panhandle. What are they doing exactly?
Yes, sir. So I took a trip out to the College of Veterinary Medicine. Oh.
Maybe we do have a representative.
We do. We do have an A&M person here.
We have the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs.
Great. Welcome.
James Hallmark, and I'm Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs with the A&M System, and I'm also interim president at West Texas A&M for the next couple of months, so I know a little bit about this issue. The basic question being asked, as I understand, is what is this distributed model that we're pursuing? Specifically at WT, there are, as Dr. Goldman has pointed out, there's an expansion of the capacity at A&M that comes with the growth of the facilities there that accommodate more individuals. And the program that's being identified at WT, but not just at WT, also Prairie View, Kingsville, Tarleton, yeah, and eventually Commerce, but all the ag programs in the A&M system will be a pipeline program that attracts individuals from those institutions that enables them to come into the College of Veterinary Medicine program there at A&M. And so right now, it is really a expansion of the pre-vet program and pathways into the vet program at A&M. What we're expecting that will do over time, though, is more collaborative, actual veterinary school program, perhaps a 2-2 program or a 1-2-1, where they do some of their coursework at the distance institution and some in College Station. That's far down the road, but that kind of collaborative effort with our regional institutions is what we're pursuing.
How far down the road? You said far down the road. How far?
I'm afraid I don't know that answer.
Okay. What about Amarillo? I keep hearing Amarillo, and obviously that's a large animal center, and The maldistribution that the Chancellor was talking about earlier, is it your perception that that is a real issue? That they do need new, younger, large animal veterinarians in the Panhandle?
There is a need, from my perception, for large animal practice. It's not a huge need. We're not talking enormous numbers there from our understanding, but there are some, but there's also some financial disincentives for the individuals to go into that industry. Just like in the medical practice, it's not always easy to get the graduate of medical school to go where the greatest need is. It may be that there are other directions where the student wishes to go. But yes, there are some needs there, and we think in the A&M system that we can meet it through this process.
And I noticed you don't have much diversity in your gender or ethnicity of your matriculants or graduates.
Yes, sir.
Is the college concerned about that? Are they willing
Yes,
to
sir.
address that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that is a significant part of what our concern is, and we believe that the pathway projects we've started, particularly when you look at HSI institutions, which West Texas is now, but Kingsville is certainly. When you look at Prairie View, which of course is an HBCU, when you look at those pathway programs, we think that's going to be a significant help in the diversity of these graduates.
Has there been any discussions or consideration of partnering with institutions outside of the A&M system to do this distributive model?
There has certainly been discussion. I don't know what the status of that is or how far it's gone, but we're certainly starting with institutions within the A&M system.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Well, just as a follow-up question, obviously, the center of a lot of this activity around large animals is Amarillo, and you have a campus 15 miles from there, which you are now overseeing, and that's where Texas Tech wants to do some work. We certainly, I think I can speak for members of the coordinating board, we certainly hope that A&M and Texas Tech will work together to see if you can come up with a partnership. It's pretty clear Texas Tech is interested in proposing a veterinary school that will focus primarily on large animals, but it makes a lot of sense if these two great institutions could work together to address this issue.
And certainly the needs there, the community there is very interested in making sure that the large cattle, the large animal industry is well served, and the A&M system is going to do everything it can to make sure that happens.
Question. Having served on an admissions committee and professional program and going through 132 students, an expansion of 20 to 30 more students would get us right about 172 students per class. Do you think that is appropriate for a professional veterinary medical school?
We believe so. And it's been, as was presented, it's been at that level for a long time, and mostly that limitation has been facilities related. And as was noted in the presentation, new facilities have opened this summer, which allow us for that expansion. And so we believe we're ready for that.
Is it because there's a need, because there's maybe not enough vets in the state, or what is the proposal to increase?
As was presented, we are importing some vets from out of state, and this will allow us.
It's 40%.
Right.
That's
right.
the question. Yeah.
Right. And this does meet, does move us in that direction of meeting more of that need. As important as anything is the demand entering it, and we want to be able to reach out to populations that aren't currently being served and assure that individuals have access to veterinary medicine education in the state if they want to.
Are you keeping track? I know I've checked with the veterinary medical board. I used to be on a professional board here in the state of Texas. As far as keeping track on where the graduates are practicing in terms of the type of veterinary medicine, whether it's corporate now, because a lot has changed in the last 5 to 10 years. Because I've talked to vets about this, and vets that have been in practice for many years are having trouble finding folks to take over their practice.
Right.
So how specific is the school training keeping up with that?
Right. Tracking where they go. And
Yes, sir.
I'm not personally knowledgeable of what the college does in that realm. I'm confident they do so, and we could provide you what they do, but I don't have that information.
Thank you.
David?
Yeah, Mr. Goman, I'm actually less concerned about importing. I'd like to import a whole lot and not have to spend a bunch of state money training them. I am concerned about exporting them, and I've heard upwards of 40% of our graduates are leaving the state. Did you study that at all?
That's something I talked to A&M about, and I think I'd need to work with them further. I'm not sure that 40% of their graduates are going out of state, but the Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners was very helpful, and they have very, they have a very discrete data set because they're a licensing body. So it's much easier for me to provide you with information about the veterinary workforce that we have. When people go out of state, that's something that we have trouble tracking, and not just in veterinary medicine, but in other areas as well. It's difficult to track people. Where are they working when they leave the state?
Maybe our guest knows where his graduates have practiced, say in the last 10 years. Do you know how many of your graduates stayed in the state?
I'm afraid I don't. I'm afraid I don't know that. We could provide that information, we could gather it, but I don't know that information offhand.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I had one other question as it related to, so y'all have made recommendations, and I guess that's what we're being asked to approve. On recommendation number 2, as far as the veterinary technicians, I mean, is there acceptance that this is a good recommendation within the veterinary practice? Is this a consensus type of thought, or is this where did this thought come from, and how's it supported?
This is an idea that I found in my research. This was a recommendation in a 2013 report that I found, and it essentially, it's something that would require statute. So it's something that we could recommend, but it would require that the legislature act upon it, right? And it's not something that I'm sure is necessarily easy to do, because changing statute requires some work. I don't know, Dr. Peebles, what do you think?
Well, I think at this point, this is something that would be worth exploring. In a lot of other medical fields, there's been sort of downward expansion, if you will, of certain professions' ability to practice, so to speak. In the way it's structured now, veterinary technicians, regardless of whether they have an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree, are limited in the kinds of things that they can do. And there almost always have to be supervision, almost always face-to-face supervision, on-site supervision. And so we think it might be worth at least exploring through Veterinary Association and through others about whether it makes any sense or not to expand the scope of practice that the veterinary technicians might have, and so that they might have the ability then to go out to a farm or ranch and do vaccinations, for example, on their own, which oddly enough they're not equipped to do, but a lot of farmers and ranchers do it themselves anyway. So that's where the genesis of that recommendation, and we just think it may be something worth exploring.
Chairman, Fred. I have familiarity with this area. The first 2 recommendations are, I'm pretty sure, legislative statutes. I mean, obviously, your recommendations are ideas and recommendations, but that, I think, is beyond the scope of what we can decide. But those are, Dr. Teuscher knows, and Chairman Jenkins, that good questions about veterinary associations, and obviously, they do all the homework on that. Those are recommendations, and they do require statute by the legislature.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So I have a question on the LVTs that currently exist. Are they licensed by the vet board?
Yes, sir, they are.
And what are the requirements for licensure?
You need to graduate from an accredited program, and you need to take both a national licensing exam and a state licensing exam.
So does the vet board not have the ability to write the rules on direct supervision, such that it could be telephonic or electronic communication and supervision?
I think they're limited by statute. In the same way that coordinating board rules can modify statute but can't go beyond statute, in the same way their scope of practice rules explicate the statute but cannot go beyond the statute. My understanding is that the actual statute, the practice statute affecting veterinary technicians, limits their operations to as Dr. Peebles said, direct supervision by a veterinarian, which is interpreted as the veterinarian is on the premises actually watching me while I do whatever it is I'm doing.
So I read recommendation number 2, and it really doesn't have a recommendation.
Right.
So I'm assuming that we're asking for a further study on that as an option?
Is that what you're saying, or are you saying explore? I mean, what's the terminology that we're really wanting to say, that we say, yeah, we're okay with that? Is that what you're, is that what you're
Either one
asking?
of those, I think, would then give us the direction to look into this further, either to explore the possibility or either one.
And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, members, that terminology is agreeable.
Well, and a prime example of that is telehealth and the Texas Medical Board. And, you know, that may be an option, but I think number 2 requires a lot more study, and we really need to go back to the veterinarians and their association and kind of say, okay, if this is going to work, how might it work? Right. And then how do we expand the pool and make sure there's adequate rigor to the standards for vet technicians? And it may mean that everyone has to have a bachelor's degree and a national certifying exam, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm okay if we're going to interpret recommendation 2 as study. I'm certainly okay with recommendation 1 and 3. So in the interest of time, I'm going to move that we adopt 1 and 3, and that we continue to study recommendation number 2.
I have a motion. Need a second?
I'll second.
Ricky seconded. Any other discussion before we go? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Dr. Hallmark, thank you for being here. All right, next is agenda item number 7, which is matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning. And David, we turn this part over to you. We're only...
I'm okay. All right, item number 7. So, Chairman's Committee overview, we have 10 agenda items under Section 7. The first is public testimony, of which we have none. There are 6 action items, 2 consent calendar items, and 1 information item. Item C has 2 handouts on board members on your table. D has 4, E has 2. So we'll proceed to agenda item C. Charlie. This is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the approval of closing the gaps by 2015 final progress report. Dr. Julie Eklund will provide information and data, and this is an action item. Dr. Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm pleased to be able to share some highlights of the final Closing the Gaps report with all of you. Closing the Gaps had 4 goals. They're summarized here. And overall, the state closed the gaps in most areas, reaching or almost reaching goals and targets, sometimes by wide margins. This graph shows that we almost made it in terms of our ambitious participation goal. This goal actually was increased substantially in 2005 to reflect population projections that predicted accelerated growth, and the state actually didn't grow as fast as predicted. But enrollments, as you can see, kept pace with the target line. Like Closing the Gaps, our new plan, 60 by 30 text, will be a living document which we will reassess periodically and revise targets based on the latest data and information available. This is a graphic I've shared. It's been updated with the most recent enrollment data, and it shows total enrollment, not just our enrollment increases by race and ethnicity. And you can see striking differences between 2000 and now. This illustrates how gaps have been closed during the planned period, but I think, as we heard earlier today from Dr. Sines, we still have some important work to do in terms of gaps in higher education. Okay. The success goal was met in 2011 with continued robust growth since then. Hispanics earned nearly 30% of all the bachelor's degrees in 2015, up from only 18% in 2000. Institutions reached 6 of the 9 targets under success, including all of the race and ethnicity targets, and also in the nursing and health-related area, those targets were reached. Considering that the state was just short of reaching the participation goal, achievement of the success goal is even more impressive. While the state was considerably short in terms of reaching the Hispanic participation goal, for example, Hispanic students were awarded over 20,000 more bachelor's, associates, and certificates than the 2015 target. And that number was actually a 10% increase over last year in terms of those degrees awarded to Hispanic completers. Institutions increased their number of awards by improving efficiency, and this is reflected in the improved graduation rates, which we've shared with you. In terms of the excellence goal, UT Austin ranked in the top 10 for public institutions by several organizations. We also had 3 Texas medical facilities that ranked in the top 8 for medical research institutions. We also had several Texas institutions which had online graduate programs that ranked in the top 10 nationwide. So we're very proud of all of our institutions who have achieved success in terms of national rankings by several different groups. And here I share some highlights from institutions that were recognized and for various ways, and part of our accountability system has allowed institutions to share with us how they've been recognized nationally, and we see some really impressive things reported there. In terms of the goal to increase federal share of science engineering obligations, Texas made some progress, but it slipped back a little bit, and in terms of the overall share, however, the dollar amount that the state receives has increased considerably since 1998, which is shown here, from $835 million up to $1.36 billion. And in terms of overall expenditures for research and development, which is a key target in the research area, Texas public universities and HRI's health-relateds far exceeded the target, surpassing the $4 billion point in 2015, which, as you can see, is over $1 billion more than the target. And funds from programs like the TRIP, the Texas Research Incentive Program, have really made a difference with that. And I just want to add, in addition to the targets and goals I've talked about, there were several strategies in the Closing the Gaps plan, and it's also important to note that we had success in many of those. The plan provided leeway for institutions to determine which strategies made the most sense for them and to work towards the goals and targets in ways that best fit them, and that's something we also are expecting under the Closing the Gaps plan. So finally, Texas has built a very strong foundation for the 60 by 30 Texas plan, the new plan for Texas higher education, thanks to the state's impressive achievements during Closing the Gaps. And we really owe thanks to our institutions and the many, many additional stakeholders who were part of this endeavor, of course, including this board and prior boards, legislators, staff at the coordinating board. Many, many people dedicated time and effort and heart to the Closing the Gaps effort.
Thank you, Dr. Eklund. Any question, members? This requires a motion, second, and passage.
So moved. A second. Are we going to have cupcakes? I think it's a party. Or...
Yeah, well, I thought about balloons, but we should do something. Thank you.
Congratulations.
It's too early for the margarita machine.
No.
Okay, all members in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, next item is item Delta. Consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to approval of the Space Model Study, House Bill 1, Article 3, Rider 55, 84th Texas Legislature. We have Mr. Thomas Keaton and Dr. Julie Eklund, who are going to be available to present the report, the recommendations, and available to answer questions, and then this does require action.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. I'm Tom Keaton, Director of Funding, and I'll be discussing the Rider 55 study. We may use some unfamiliar acronyms during the presentation, so you have a glossary at your desk if you need it. There we go. The higher education environment has changed substantially since the space model was developed in 1992. Virtual classrooms, filing rooms replaced by electronic storage, and computers that once filled a room now don't fill a briefcase. Not to mention changes in scheduling patterns and instructional delivery have all altered the demand on facilities. Rider 55 directed the coordinating board to study the methodology and factors used in the space projection model, analyze the impact of online education, and to recommend changes to the model to increase the accuracy of predictions. The model has two purposes. First, there we go. To assess facilities need and capital project reviews and to provide the legislature with a formula for allocating infrastructure funding. The model is not a programming tool, nor is a model a qualitative assessment. Room for growth is a critical consideration, and the data indicate institutions have responded to changes in the environment. Unfortunately, the model has not. When the model was developed in 1992, the predicted amount of space approximated the actual. When funding infrastructure on the predicted value began in 1997, the two values were still very close. Over time, the gap has widened into millions of square feet with no sign of leveling. The numerous permutations of online delivery limited our ability to assess all factors, so we focused on the fully online activities. The trend is clear and likely to continue. Putting a course online does not eliminate the need for space, but it does require less space on the aggregate. Classroom and class lab utilization is widely considered the bellwether of overall space use. This chart shows the average hours per week statewide that these types of rooms are in use. Activity in classrooms and class laboratories is relatively unchanged since 2006, and we have yet to reach the overall goal of 38 hours per week in classrooms and 25 hours per week in class laboratories. Individual institutions vary, and some are doing quite well, but statewide, more students can be taught in existing facilities without affecting the quality of education. This chart shows the level of activity by time of day and day of week in classrooms and class laboratories. The black line at the top shows the number of rooms available statewide. If there truly were a deficit of 16 million square feet, we would expect to see rooms fully utilized 5 days a week, including Fridays, which has a much lower activity than other weekdays. We conducted statistical analyses, considered stakeholder feedback, and the proposed model has been reviewed by an out-of-state expert as directed by the Commissioner. Dr. Julie Eklund and the Commissioner will address that review and comments following my presentation. The idea of using actual facilities data to benchmark square footage and adding a growth buffer is an established approach. For general academic teaching space, the use of program area level precision does not increase accuracy, and the current model understates the Texas State Technical College's space need. Online courses are adjusted to reflect a reduce but not eliminated space need. Education and general expenditures to predict office space for the general academic yields inflated and self-perpetuating results. Additionally, the 1 to 1.8 faculty to staff ratio is too low. Predicting research space using the square feet per adjusted million in research expenditures requires modification to align with the current environment, as the current inflation goes back to 1991. The current methodology for predicting library space is too precise for the purpose. There is, however, a strong correlation between full-time student equivalents and library space. Complexity of fields requires program area level precision for the health-related institutions with adjustment. Use of education and general expenditures to predict health-related office space serves a limit prediction, is not self-perpetuating, and should be retained. Like the general academic institutions, predicting research space using adjusted million in research expenditures requires modifications to the current date. For clinical space, using the actual as predicted is sound. At institutional request, we attempted to model clinical space, but were unsuccessful due to data limitations and diversity of program need. There must be room for growth, and these changes more accurately reflect that need. These recommendations, if adopted, would change allocations among institutions. Lastly, these changes provide a suitable methodology for effectively projecting the space needs of Texas higher education institutions given current actual space use and the space that will be needed to accommodate future growth. State infrastructure support funding accounts for only a portion of the cost, and any reduction to that funding will almost certainly lead to increased deferred maintenance, accelerated depreciation, and reduced productivity. I'm sorry, I'm off slide. Oh, I'm not off slide. Therefore, the recommendations of this report should not be used to reduce state support for facilities. We must have a high-quality physical environment to educate students. Increased funding for enrollment growth, inflation, and support for student completions is essential to meet the goals of 60 by 30. At this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Eklund for her comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keaton, for your work on, I guess, what Mr. what Chancellor Duncan referred to as this exciting topic. We do appreciate it. And now I want to take a few minutes to summarize some key points that we received in the expert review, which we received over the weekend, and which the Commissioner mentioned in his remarks this morning. And then I'll move on and talk a little bit about our staff proposal to address those, to address that. Okay. And the review was done by Mr. Dan Paulian, who is president of Paulian Associates in Denver, Colorado. He's served as a consultant to 5 states that were developing or updating space modeling approaches, and he has extensive background in this field, and he came highly recommended to us. Related to the category of teaching space, Mr. Paulian notes that the model uses the same metric for all institutions, and that the classroom component is higher than traditional but seems appropriate. He also states that in a number of other jurisdictions, allocating more space for complex engineering, in other words, having some type of differentiation, proved desirable. And I'm going to talk about that a little more when we get to support, which the Commissioner mentioned this morning. Mr. Paulian also, and he addresses the complexity of science and engineering programs at large research universities under the support category. Under research, the reviewer points out that a substantial reduction, he points out a substantial reduction in the proposed metric, but he indicates that it seems consistent with space per million expenditures at research institutions. For office space, the reviewer notes that the proposed calculation seems reasonable. And he also notes that for library and clinical space, the approaches seem reasonable. I think it's important to call attention also to the fact that in his summary remarks, the reviewer states that space needs models do not address quality of space. This is also noted in the Writer 55 Space Model Report because of the importance of understanding that these models are not designed to address quality of space across the board. In terms of the support space, I now want to turn to that. That's based on a set percentage of the other categories, and the reviewer did point out that the model doesn't adjust for additional space needs at land grants and other large research universities, specifically because of the complexity of their science and engineering programs. And again, these comments are similar to those made related to teaching space. I don't want to go into a lot of detail. These are, we did talk about differentiation during the meetings. The current model that we have now differentiates by program type. The proposed model does not differentiate by program type. We did look at a model that differentiated by institution type, but the group at the time discussed some different options and suggested differentiation by institution, and discuss some different options for that. So currently, the model doesn't differentiate for either, but we did have, I think, a written comment after some of the meetings from one of our institutions that we might want to consider some differentiation by institution type. So because of these, the comments of the expert reviewer and the fact that we just received them a short while ago, we thought it was important to give institutions time to respond, especially related to the areas where he thought we should look a little more closely at the model. We did send the experts' letter to the institutions and systems at our general academics and our HRIs on Monday. We asked for them to comment. We heard back from one institution, but we think it's important, or I'm sorry, from one system, but we think it's important to give time for all of the institutions and systems involved to have the opportunity to comment if they will, and also if they are interested in specifically looking at those parts of the model that might be worth adjusting, or at least looking at some adjustments in that area. And as you know, it can take time to do that in terms of adjusting models and looking at the results. Sometimes the results can affect distributions in ways you might not expect. So what we would propose doing is giving institutions another week to send in any comments, and especially to provide us with any information about things they think we might want to look at the model, particularly related to this differentiation issue. And then also to ask for a little bit of extra time for staff to then look at those comments, recommendations, maybe take a look at the model, see if we see what the results of some of those suggestions might be, have a little bit of a back and forth within the institutions, and then ask that perhaps the board chair and co-chair and our committee chair could take the role of possibly thinking of approval for the report, and rather than do it at this point in time, because we do think it's important to have that discussion.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Yes, I wanted to say that yesterday when I made a presentation, my quarterly presentation to the Council of University Presidents and Chancellors, I mentioned that we were going to make this proposal to the board, give them another opportunity to weigh in with specific recommendations about improving the space model, and they seemed pleased and grateful for the opportunity. So I think it's a recommendation that the institutions would appreciate.
Stuart?
I guess I'm having a problem with, like, okay, what is this going to be used for? In other words, the legislature, sort of requested it. You have this model, you have, a graph showing, well, classrooms aren't utilized. So what? What are they going to do?
Well, we can talk about certainly what the space model is used for. In terms of what this report will be used for, we are not sure at this point. We don't know the intention, just that we were asked to prepare it. The space model is used for several different things. One is for when we look at facilities and review facilities, we need to make a determination of if there's a need for the facility on the campus in terms of if there's a space deficit there. So it helps to determine space deficits at institutions or space surpluses. It looks at that. It is also.
Excuse me.
Yes.
We no longer do that.
No, that is, we still review. The board does not approve, does not have the authority anymore to approve those facilities, but if there is a space deficit or if there's another category that we look at as part of that review where the institution hasn't met criteria, we do send a letter to the governor and I believe to the legislature and, yeah.
Lieutenant Governor, LBB, I think it may be helpful, when we did approve facilities, that the tuition revenue bonds had already been approved by the legislature. So they charged us to look at capital projects in one of four categories: space needs, space use, cost, and efficiency. When the changes with SB 15 came in place, essentially it took the TRB criteria and put it on all the projects. So we still have a role as specified in Texas Education Code, Chapter 61, to still review those projects and to inform the legislature in the event that projects go forward that do not meet the established standards as developed through negotiated rulemaking for cost, efficiency, space need, and space use. So there is a specified need to have the model, despite the fact that we do not approve the projects and that the Board of Regents now have essentially the notice of proceed authority.
But we still will have a report on a specific building, even though, to the legislature saying, well, this doesn't meet the space need model.
Correct.
And the other important point that this is used for, it is part of the formula funding calculations. And that's another important piece to understand. It wasn't initially used for that, but I believe in 1997, the legislature decided that this would be used as part of those calculations. And I think there was concern on the part of some institutions about how formula funding might be affected, and we certainly in the report, as you could see, indicate that the commissioner already made his recommendations at where he believed formula funding levels should be. But again, the information is part of calculations. That again, we don't know how that might be used in any kind of legislative discussion about funding. But we certainly were not addressing it here except to mention the institution's concern and the role that it plays in a technical way in terms of how the distribution is affected. And I do think that's the other important piece to make. There's the piece about the level of funding in terms of the amount of funding that then would be distributed by the formulas, and this this model goes into the formulas. So the level is one side, but there's also the fact that anytime you change a model, there's probably going to be a change in the distribution, and there certainly was with this, and that's what I was talking about earlier, where, if we certainly will look at the model and whether we need to make some changes, or, we'll follow institutions' lead in terms of them asking us to look at some things in different ways, but anytime you change it, you generally see redistribution across institutions. And we tried with this model to look at that with any changes that we made, but of course there were some differences in the amount that institutions would receive of a whole, so in terms of what's spread across the different institutions.
So Dr. Eklund, you're recommending that this be approved, but you wanted the opportunity to tweak it, so then it's sort of the final approval would come from?
No, that's not the recommendation. The recommendation is that we give the institutions an additional week, and then we give staff time to appropriately respond, and then that report and any alteration in this would be given the authority to the chairman, the vice chairman, and the chair of the committee.
But is that what the committee did? I mean, is that what the committee approved?
This has all happened since the committee met. So we didn't have the committee
because the agenda
agreed with
talks about
the
adopting
commissioner.
the committee's recommendation, but this is different than the committee's recommendation.
Well, it was a provisional adoption pending the report, the external report. So we learned at the committee meeting of the commissioner's intent, and we agreed with the commissioner, an outside expert. Now the outside expert has spoken, and we think it's fair to allow the institutions to make comment on the outside expert, and then we give them a period of time, rather than waiting until the next board meeting 3 months from now. You would be simply being asked to give the three chair,
Okay,
vice chair.
I just wanted the clarification. I'll make that motion.
Okay, the motion's been made. Do I have a second? John and Fred made the motion, the second. Is there any further discussion or question? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item Echo. Consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board regarding the report on the Texas Grant Program, Senate Bill 28, 82nd Texas Legislature, regular session. Dr. Charles Poles has a presentation and is available to answer questions. This does require action. He does not have, so are there any questions of Dr. Poles? Seeing none, I'll need a motion.
So moved.
Okay, Janelle moves, Ricky seconds. Are there any questions, any comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item Foxtrot is consideration of adopting committee's recommendation to the board relating to the report on the Physician Loan Repayment Program retention rates, House Bill 1, Article 3, Rider 31, 84th Texas Legislature. Dr. Poles is available. He does have a presentation on this. He does not, but he's available to answer your questions. I don't see any questions. I'll need a motion.
So moved.
John moves it. Fred seconds it. Are there any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item Golf is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the nominated members of the Financial Literacy Advisory Committee. Dr. Poles is available to answer questions, and he does have a presentation.
Not a presentation, just a bit of information since the committee meeting. At the most recent CAPS meeting, we presented the slate of nominees for the Financial Literacy Advisory Committee, which is the group that will spend the next year meeting monthly to identify goals and recommendations on how to best promote a better understanding of how and why to pay for higher education. Since the CAPS meeting, we were able to identify 2 additional members, including a student representative and a member from a community-based financial literacy organization. The remaining membership remains unchanged from the slate that was approved by CAPS, and you should have the new list of nominees at your table.
So the new list of nominees is a separate handout at our table, or is it in our agenda book?
It's in the book.
I believe it's a separate handout at the table, a goldenrod handout.
We have a goldenrod handout.
Here we go.
Okay, so what is before you is approval of the new recommended members, and this is dealing with the Financial Literacy Advocacy Committee. We had a presentation from 4 folks, including Dr. Poles, earlier today about this. I'll need a motion.
Move.
Janelle moves. Second. Seconded by Stewart. Seeing no further discussion. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Ricky?
The two new members, we have a student representative we were able to identify to join the organization, and we also have a member from a community-based financial literacy program. So those were the two new members.
On that list, can you identify who those two new members are?
I can. Hold on one second.
Bradley is a student from UT.
Duana Bradley, student, University of Texas Austin. I think she's 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth one listed.
Yes, that is the new member, the new student member. And then the additional member that was added since the committee meeting from the regional group is, hold on one second, I'm trying to find that name. Is Lorraine Byer, Vice President of the Financial Literacy Coalition of Texas, the fourth name on the list.
Ricky, does that answer your question? Any further questions? I'll need a motion.
We are done.
Okay,
I move.
it's been moved by Janelle, seconded by Stewart. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. That motion is adopted. Next item, hotel, is informational. It is a report of the facilities project that is submitted to the coordinating board. Dr. Julie Eklund is available to answer questions. Members, any questions? Seeing none, I'll need a motion. Actually, I'm sorry, this is informational. Thank you, Dr. Eklund. Item India is a consent, India 1 is a consent calendar. Item India 2 is an action item. It's consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the proposed new section of Chapter 4, Subchapter A, General Provisions, Section 4.12, concerning tracking of the participation of students with intellectual and developmental disabilities, IDD, in public institutions of higher education in Texas, Senate Bill 3784, Texas Legislature, regular session. Dr. Julie Eklund is available to answer questions. Members, any questions?
Doctor, I have a question for you. How are you so adept at the phonetic alphabet?
Military.
Military.
Eagle Scout.
Eagle Scout.
Private pilot.
I remember India, but you did.
Yeah, private pilot and Army training, sir. All right, any questions of Dr. Eklund?
I move the motion.
Okay, it's moved by Janelle, seconded by Fred. Seeing no further questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is adopted. Item India 3, 4, and 5 are on the consent calendar, and therefore we are concluded. Mr. Chairman, you have the chair.
David, thank you very much. Well done as always. Agenda item 8 is lunch, and we will now recess for 30 minutes. So at 12:50, we'll be back. So we stand in recess till then. The next section is agenda item number 9, matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success. Janelle, it's your show.
Thank you very much. We'll just begin. Remember to have your telephones turned off, and is everybody, okay, they're on their way. All right. Item 9B is public testimony. We don't have any. Item 9C was on the consent calendar. Agenda item 9D1 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request from Texas A&M University for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in interdisciplinary engineering. Dr. Peebles.
Thank you. This proposal is one of the, if not the first, proposal we've received for a bachelor's degree in interdisciplinary engineering, although we have seen some at the master's level before. And this would focus on materials engineering, robotic vision, and energy engineering. We have established that there is a workforce need for this. And so this seems to be, as I think I mentioned at the cause meeting, this does seem to be somewhat of a growing trend to have more interdisciplinary studies of this type at the undergraduate level and in specialization at the graduate level. One of the nice things about it is that it utilizes existing facilities, equipment, and faculty.
Move approval.
We have a motion by David and a second by Ricky. Any discussion or questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item 9D2 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request from the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston for a Doctor of Clinical Laboratory Sciences degree with a major in Clinical Laboratory Sciences. Dr. Peebles.
Thank you. This particular doctorate program would be the first in Texas of its kind and only the second in the nation of its kind. So it is something brand new and therefore I suppose a little bit experimental in nature, but it does seem to also address the kind of integration that everybody sort of looks forward to in some sense in the field of medicine, where you bring all of the disparate people involved in a patient's care into a team to provide guidance and input on treatment. It would be an online program. It is designed for primarily for people who already have it's designed for people who already have a bachelor's degree, at least in this field, and it's designed for existing practitioners.
Move approval.
We have a motion by David and a second by Stewart. Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, you have a question? Okay. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Motion passes.
Oh, Dr. Peebles, are there people here today on any of these agenda items that you're going over?
Yes, on each one of them, there are some folks here, I
Are there?
believe.
Okay.
We've had, and at the committee level, we had quite a discussion on all of these.
Well, I mean, people that came today to,
Yeah, they're here to, if there are any questions that,
They're not asking to speak.
no.
Is that your question, John?
yeah, well, yes. Sometimes when people have gone to the trouble to travel here, I want to make sure that if they'd like to address this, that they're able to.
Yeah, and I think you're always very respectful of that, and I've learned from that example. I think that's important. So if they intend to speak or want to speak, we'd certainly like to have them, and we're glad they traveled.
I think most of them are very happy with move approval, second, and all in favor?
More about the approval?
They'd rather have approval than speak.
Yes. So, yeah.
I'm getting a big thumbs up back there.
All right. Thank you. Our motion passes. Agenda item 9D3.
It's a successful day.
Agenda item 9D3 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request from the University of Texas Medical Branch at Galveston for a Doctor of Occupational Therapy degree with a major in occupational therapy. Dr. Peebles.
So this would be the second such doctorate in the state of Texas. TWU has an existing program. There's a clear and compelling need for these doctorates, and in a lot of ways it kind of fits in with that same notion of team practice. So there's a well-documented workforce need for this. They've designed the program for both folks who are master's degreed and people that are who previously were allowed to practice with a bachelor's degree program. And they've also incorporated a fair amount of prior learning assessment in this through a portfolio process for folks who, particularly those who already have a bachelor's degree.
Any questions? Need a motion?
Move approval.
David has made the motion, and who's that? Ricky has made the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item 9D4 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request from the University of Texas at Arlington for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in kinesiology. Dr. Peebles.
And this is also, again, an interdisciplinary approach to a particular field that's been around for a long, long time, but it would incorporate physiology, social work, and biomedical engineering into the curriculum. And again, this is also an effort to incorporate the field of kinesiology into patient practice and bring them into a little bit closer into the medicine world of medicine for treatment of patients. Although students in this program will still have the traditional track of physical education if they so desire. There are only 4 other public programs in the state of Texas at this time and 1 at a private institution. And so we looked at this one very carefully in terms of workforce need and labor demand, and there is a place for it.
I will say this is a huge integration with nursing, and the Dean of Nursing has really brought this into their program heavily. So, any questions? Motion?
So moved. Second.
Ricky makes the motion, Fred makes the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 9D5 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to a request from the University of Texas at San Antonio for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in chemical engineering. Dr. Peebles.
Thank you. So, and this is a traditional face-to-face degree in chemical engineering at UTSA. We actually looked at this one very closely, and one of the reasons why it has a start date of fall of 2017 is to make sure that they have the resources and the facilities and equipment that they need to do this, and they've amply demonstrated that. And we also looked very closely at workforce demand for this and found that there is one.
So John has made the motion and David second. Any questions?
Just a comment, and I was aware of some of the back and forth. Sometimes people looking at this meeting think that we're just, pushing these through, but I know there was a lot of discussion, and there's a lot that goes into this. Yeah, and this is an institution in my hometown, so I was aware of it. Yes.
Good. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item 9E is a report on the fiscal year 2016 annual report for low-producing programs. This is informational only. Dr. Peebles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an annual report that we give, and it's informational only because we actually have no recommendations this year, and I'll explain why in a moment. But for those of you that are fairly new to the board and are a bit unfamiliar with low producing, just a bit about how this works. What we first look at is any program that has fallen below standards for graduation over a 5-year average. So undergraduate programs is 25, master's degrees is 15, and doctoral programs are 10. So any program that has not met that threshold or average over 5 years, we look at those. We identified 178 programs that met that criteria. This year, that number is slightly different than what's in your blue pages because it had an update since the cause meeting. And then we look at how many of those programs then have been identified as being low producing for 3 consecutive years. And this year, there were 54 programs identified in that category. One of the things that we did this year that we haven't done in past years is that we actually contacted every institution and asked them about what their plans were for these 55 programs. And the table that you see in the white pages of your materials there will give you some indication of what they're going to do with these programs. And so 9 of them have already been slated for closure by the institutions. There are 15 of them that have been retained in previous years. And the feeling on the part of the staff is that they have not been retained long enough to really show a demonstrated track record, so to speak, of getting their graduation rate back up. So we've looked at all of them. We've talked to the institutions about their plans, and a number of programs have been consolidated and restructured in ways that are designed to try to increase enrollment and then therefore increase graduation rates. And they're looking at plans for retention and so forth. And so we have no programs that we're going to recommend for this year. And if they are recommended, then they go back to the institution. If the institution then determines to retain them, then they have to be reported to the Legislative Budget Board, to the LBB, with the plan for how they're going to get their graduation rates up.
Any questions? Thank you. Agenda item 9F was on the consent calendar. Agenda item 9G is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to courses required for the board-approved Mexican-American field of study as required by Texas Education Code Section 61.823. Dr. Peoples.
So as many of you are aware, we have launched a major effort to increase the number of fields of study, and fields of study are blocks of lower division courses that when taken out of a community college and then transferred to a four-year university, those courses must be applied to that major at that institution. We have several of these underway, and the Mexican-American Field of Study Committee accomplished their work in a day, and so they were the first ones to finish in this round. And what you see before you on the blue pages is the courses that they have recommended to be put into the field of study.
Any questions? Motion?
Moved.
Second.
I have a motion from David, a second from Ricky. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Items 9H through 9K were on the consent calendar. 9L is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the January 2016 annual compliance reports for institutions under a certificate of authorization, names beginning with A through O. Dr. Peoples.
So these are institutions that are either proprietary institutions operating in the state of Texas or institutions that have headquarters outside of the state of Texas that are operating and have a physical presence in the state of Texas. At any given time, there's about 315 to 20 of these going on that are operating under certificates of authorization. So we divide that group up into A through O and then P through Z, and have them submit their annual compliance reports. And then what you see on the white pages after the blue pages is a summary of, actually it's a detailed listing of each one of those institutions and those that we have received compliance reports from and are clean, so to speak, those from which we are seeking more information, closures. And you'll also notice that one of the things we've added to this report are those institutions that are now exempt from a certificate of authorization because they are from states that have entered into the state authorization reciprocity agreement. Sarah.
Any questions? Motion?
Moved.
Second.
Have a motion by David, a second by Ricky. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 9M is a report to the board on school closures and/or teach-outs pursuant to Chapter 7, Subchapter A, Section 7.75. This is informational only. Dr. Peoples.
Thank you. So this is a quarterly report that we present to you that details the closures that we received from those institutions that operate under certificates of authorization or authority. And I'm happy to report that this time there's only one on the list, And it has, as best we can determine, it has done everything right in terms of its teach out with students and preparing for student records.
Agenda items 9N, 1 and 2 were on the consent calendar. Agenda item 9N, 3 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the new Chapter 13, Subchapter M, Sections 13.300 through 13.304 of Board Rules concerning standards and accounting methods for determining total research expenditures. Dr. Peebles.
Thank you. So these rules have been promulgated to meet audit requirements that we delineate what the standards are and accounting methods that institutions need to use when reporting their research expenditures and restricted research expenditures to us. And we received 4 comments. One comment from UT Austin asked about adding another report to it. And there was also a comment received from UT Austin about medical school reports. And in both of these cases, the restricted research expenditures and the research expenditures are reported to us in different places, but they all wind up in the same report. And so if we added either one of these two, we would actually be counting those expenditures twice. And so those 2 comments were not accepted. And then we received a comment about taking out a clause about the part of the annual financial report from definitions, and we agreed with that one and made that appropriate change. And then we got one about the citation of statute that we use for authority, and we did not change that because the statute that we were asked to cite as authority is actually a statute that's cited in the one that we put in as the authority. So it's kind of mentioned in 2 places, but the one that we use for authority is the overarching statute that covers both of those.
Any questions? Motion?
Moved.
I have a motion by David, a second by Fred, or John. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 9O was on the consent calendar, and 9P is a report on institutional request acted on by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. This is informational only.
So this is a quarterly report that just gives you a little bit of a sense of the work that goes through my division. And you'll notice that there were 25 new degree and certificate programs approved. We also approved 177 institutional requests to phase programs out, and that's an extraordinary number. But if you look at the white pages, what you'll notice is that most of them are from UT Brownsville and UT Pan Am, who no longer exist, and they have now been folded into UT RGV. And so this is most of those phase outs were there to clean those up, and then they were rolled into the inventory for UT RGV.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes the business of the cause.
Thank you, Janelle. Next section is agenda item 10, matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee. John, your turn.
Good afternoon. During the AOC committee meeting yesterday, the committee members heard a brief report on major IT projects in progress, a report on grants and contracts, including those exceeding $1 million, a review of the year-to-date fiscal year 2016 financial report, an update regarding the loan program internal audit management responses, a discussion of the audit of the agency-wide financial statements for fiscal year ended August 31, 2015 by KPMG LLP, a discussion of the Texas Guaranteed Student Loan Corporation audit of the Federal Family Education Loan Program, including an audit report dated February 17, 2016, and a closure letter dated April 8, 2016, an update on internal audit reports and activities, an update on compliance monitoring reports and activities, and an update on an audit of formula funding at Weatherford College. These items did not require any action. The next item is 10B, public testimony on agenda items related to the Agency Operations Committee. And Ms. Battles will confirm this, but we do have one person registered for public testimony relating to the next agenda item, 10C, concerning the agency's legislative appropriations request. And I'd like to take that testimony up after Ms. Battles has provided a brief summary of the LAR, since we heard a very detailed summary yesterday at our Agency Operations Committee meeting. And Mr. Martinez, are you here? Yes. Oh, good. Okay, we'll call you up in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. You have the corrected spreadsheet at your places. We had some minor typos there. You can now see the rankings off the side, the right side of the spreadsheet for our 5% cuts. So I'm going to go very quickly to give you just a brief overview, and also for the benefit of the audience who are joining us today and did not have the benefit of joining us yesterday.
And I think everybody here was at the meeting yesterday, up here.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I don't need to say too much then. I do want to follow up on a couple of things that weren't discussed yesterday. One of the things that we wanted to ask your feedback on was on our exceptional items request. We have 5 exceptional items currently listed, and it's this page here. It should be at your places. If you look at information resources, we broke that down into 2 separate items. So, and also academic quality and workforce, there are 2 underneath that budget strategy. Our ask is, what's your feedback in terms of submitting these to the legislature? Should they be bundled into one, or should we separate them out into 2 separate ones for each of those? So there's risks, pros and cons of either one, but it's really what you all think is the best approach.
Can you give us some of the strategy of why one versus the other?
So if you have all of your, if you have your request in one, if the legislature does not approve that, then you're basically eliminating both. They're 2 separate requests, but they come under the same budget item. So it's easier for the legislature to consider it, but if they don't like one aspect of it, they can not approve it. If you break them out into separate ones, then they can fund one but not the other. So
How would the legislature know, I guess, the way we have it here, that they would be together?
We have 5 different ones.
it's one budget strategy in our budget, but we would, in the description of the exceptional item, we would specify how much we were asking for each area. So for academic quality and workforce, we would have $494,000 of that total request for fields of study. And then the rest of the $750,000 would go for oversight of for-profit, but they will see the bigger number if it's consolidated into one.
So I'm not clear, but can't the legislature determine we're going to fund this portion of what your request is, but not that portion?
It could do that.
Okay.
You're talking about the
Does
page
Mr.
in
Wyatt
front-
have an opinion?
I'm sorry?
Does Mr. Wyatt have an opinion?
And while he's coming up here, are you talking about this page that we're looking at, that you'd collapse some of the information? Is that what you're saying? Well, in terms of this choice that we have.
Yeah, we could either collapse them or we can separate them, so that you would have, if we separated them, you would have a total of 7 exceptional items. We're still requesting $113.8 million. Or you would have 5 exceptional items, but the detail would be consolidated in each budget strategy. So we've done both strategies in the past. So last session, we had 22 exceptional items, and we broke out every single item, like for our IT needs, our video conferencing upgrades, and so forth. So we had 22 that we were talking about. The session, half.
Mr. White, what do you think?
The advantage of breaking it up into two is that it does give the legislature the advantage, if they do want to give us something, of having something very focused, that they could say, you know, this is the specific IT need that we're going to support you on. But as is mentioned, you know, the legislature can do what they want. They can fund partially a single request. They could fund both requests, not fund both requests. It's tough to say
I
what
like
the
it as it
advantage
is, but I did have a question under information resources. We talked about how to phrase that as far as somebody just looking at it. And were we not talking about to protect the confidentiality of student data?
Yes.
Don't you think that has a...
We can describe it that way, but the budget strategy is what it is, because that's how it appears in our budget pattern in the appropriations bill. So that's what legislators will see as our strategy number and strategy name. But when we talk about it with legislators in our materials that we present to them, we will say protection of student data, confidentially, you know, we'll stick with that language. But we just can't change the name of the strategy, the budget strategy.
I just think the idea of bundling is a little bit of a frustration point for legislators, because they kind of think people hide stuff in there and that sort of thing. I don't know, I kind of feel like the more specific you are, you're just being transparent, and it just shows that what we really are asking for is really this. And if you want to look at line items by line items, we're being as specific as we possibly can. 7, it doesn't seem like too many.
And that's what I was going to say, Janelle. It seems to me that we don't have so many that it gets confusing. I do think the specificity of it, and with just 7 of them, I think that's a good number that they can grasp.
I'm sure what you're thinking is if their formula is 50%, they get 50%, then, but still they're going to cut 50%. So maybe they can prioritize better by actually seeing the unbundled request.
We can do that.
But if you bundle and cut 50%, arguably the impact, the detrimental impact to us is greater, because we're left in a position of trying to fund. We've got all these programs that we think are important, but we only have half the money, as opposed to listing them individually when they might say, okay, this one is okay, leave it alone, it's important, that one's okay, let's take a quarter off of this one. So I think bundling is the wrong approach.
Looking to your guidance,
They're
Mr. Chairman.
actually separated here, even when you've got 2 items under one category and then 2 items under another one, so you've essentially accomplished both.
It's in the presentation. Technically, when we submit it to the LBB through the ABES system, we have to separate them or keep them together. So that's why it's either or.
Ms. Battles, before we call Mr. Martinez up, anything else did you want to go over?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Thank you, John. So we
Thank
did
you, Mr. White.
We did receive 2 letters from stakeholders yesterday afternoon opposing our recommendations relating to 2 programs. And hard copies of those letters are at your places. The first letter is from the Texas Association of Developing Colleges, which is comprised of the 5 private, historically black colleges and universities in regard to our recommendation to eliminate funding for the Centers for Teacher Education. And the second letter is from State Representative Donna Howard of Austin, who's in opposition to our recommended cut of 9.87% to the Professional Nursing Shortage Reduction Program. That cut is under the 4%. We also are recommending a cut of 32.86% under the 10% cut. And finally, we're recommending a reduction of $5.2 million to that program if we are required to offset our exceptional item requests. So for both of those items, I have staff prepared to come up and talk to you more in greater detail about why we made the recommendation that we made. Would you like to hear from the staff?
Well, I mean, I have a question regarding the teacher education. I think you told us that over the last 3 years or 5 years, this program has produced 1,500 teachers. Is that correct? Am I correct about that? Over
No,
the last
actually,
5 years, it's
the
produced
latest data
1,500?
that I have available is from, for all 5 Centers for Teacher Ed programs combined for 14-15, the number of certified teachers that were produced is 29.
Well, I know I made a note here about the need for 1,500. Do we have a need for 1,500 teachers? Or 500 teachers a year?
I'm not sure.
What is the need? Let me just start there. What is the need of teachers?
Statewide?
Statewide.
I'll have
Did you
to
want
ask
to
my
call somebody
colleagues
up
to
for
help
this?
me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Rex?
Dr. Peoples, come on up.
I don't think he has the answer
No,
off
but
the
he
top
may-
of his head
he may-
either.
he might be-
We know that, we know we have shortages of teachers in certain areas. We know we have a shortage of math teachers. We know we have a shortage of bilingual teachers. The exact number is, this program is primarily intended, if I'm not mistaken, not necessarily to produce teachers in particular fields, but to increase the number of African American teachers that are working around the state.
Yes, that is correct. And there's also a shortage of special education teachers as well. The shortage, as a general rule, and it's very difficult to determine because the shortages are usually measured by how many openings are unfilled in August, and sometimes that runs into the hundreds statewide.
I guess my question is, and I heard some statistic yesterday, and I wrote it down, about the number of teachers that's produced as a result, or a need for, over a 5-year period. And my question was, how do we replace or continue to insert teachers into the pipeline if this program goes away? How do you suggest we do that?
How do we replace it? Okay, so what we went ahead and did was looked at Prairie View and Texas Southern University and looked at the total number of graduates that they have produced from their teacher programs. And in 14-15, Prairie View produced 115 teachers, and Texas Southern produced 55. And so we also looked at the costs associated for producing those teachers. So at all 5 Centers for Teacher Education programs, based on the amount of money that they get every biennium, we did some quick analysis and looked at $103,500 that the state spends to produce that particular teacher. Now, granted, the programs use that money for scholarships, they use that money for program enhancements. At Prairie View, we looked at how much the state is spending in terms of formula funding to produce the 115 graduates in 14-15, and we came up with an average cost of $10,816. For Texas Southern, same analysis, and it came out to $12,205. So again, the issue is, where is the state getting its best return on the investment? And what are the results? Going back to the commissioner's guiding principles, we need to have good results, and in the programs that we are recommending to the legislature for funding.
So is it, I mean, I just want to be clear. So are you saying that if we remove this funding, we would lose those teachers that you say have been produced?
I don't think I can say that. I'm not sure that this funding, if you remove that funding, that they will lose students. I don't know that anybody can conclude that definitively.
Then how can you say that the money that's not the best and highest use of the money? There's got to be some tie to the use of the money and what comes out on the other end as a teacher. So how does this money help? I mean, I assume that the money is used to hire teachers, to pay for their education, and that sort of thing, give them certification and that sort of thing. Am I correct about that?
It's half of the money these institutions use to provide scholarships to these students who are getting their certification. The other half of the money they use to enhance the program itself.
And primarily, that money has been used in the past for particularly online education. Part of the original idea was that those 5 colleges would be able to share some resources through interactive television classes or interactive video classrooms, and that so you could have a teacher at Houston-Tillotson teaching a class that would also then be broadcast to the 4 other colleges as well. There have been a lot of constraints within the colleges themselves in the fact that you need compatible systems to be able to send and deliver that kind of instruction, and that's been very, very difficult. There has been some professional development. We did some last year through TEA and took it to the 5 colleges. So there has been some of that, but about half of that money is used for program enhancements, and the other half goes to scholarships. And I think that as Ms. Battle said, this is one of those things where this is a difficult choice to make about what do you keep and what do you not keep. And I don't think that any of these programs are necessarily bad programs, but I think some provide a greater return on investment, if you will, than others do. And these programs have struggled for a long time, and they, and all 5 of them in 14-15 had 29 certified teachers, and of those 29 certified teachers, 16 of those were African American.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
The other program is the Professional Nursing Shortage Reduction Program, and I'd like to invite Julie and Ed Buchanan, if he's here.
Thank you. I'll just give you a little bit of a background about this program. There are actually 3 parts to the program. There is what we call the regular program, and that is for institutions that have increases in nursing graduate. So there's money paid out after the point in time where we see evidence of those increases. There's also 2 programs that are paid up front to institutions, and then we need to look at their outcomes to see if they actually are able to keep that money. And one is a program called the Over 70% program, and the Over 70% program is for institutions that have an over 70% graduation rate for their nursing students. So they have to have that to be eligible, and then once they're eligible, their programs must grow 12% in terms of enrollments in the first year and 18% in the second year for them to be eligible for those monies. The under 70% program, these are for the institutions where their graduation rate is under 70%, and those programs are eligible for monies for increases in graduates from those programs, and the institutions actually set the targets themselves for those programs. There is a little over $16 million per year, is that correct, Ed? And about $33 million altogether in the biennium for this program, about $5.3 million in the regular, $7.4 in the over 70, and $3.6 million in the under 70 is what we had for the most recent year. What we saw this year is there was an overflow where there were monies that were not used because institutions didn't meet the targets of $9.7 million, and so that money was then redistributed as allowed back to the institutions that did meet targets. The year before, that amount was $4.9 million, and the year before that, I believe we didn't have any additional monies left on the table or overflow. So I think what we're seeing is that we've seen tremendous growth in terms of our nursing graduates. I have a couple of brief statistics for you. At our At our universities, we've seen a 300% increase since 2000 in our nursing degrees. At our community colleges, for our associate degrees, we've seen a 100% increase. In fact, and for master's degrees at universities, we've seen almost 400%. And those are pretty high numbers that we're actually looking at as well. So we've seen that growth. I think there is a slowing now of growth. I think it is important to understand there's still a need for nurses out in the field, but in terms of these programs, because we were seeing those additional monies, we thought that was something that we could look at in terms of possibilities for cuts. Ed, would you care to add anything?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Linda, the trend line is only 2 years of having money left. Is that right?
Ed?
Not like we've
Address that.
seen
Yes,
money
that's
left
correct.
over 5 years. Do you know what the barriers are from the nursing schools that are not meeting their targets? Is it because we're percentage-wise every year as they expand their enrollment, that the actual percentage is harder to reach because you would need to have that many more students? I don't know. What's the barrier that we're looking at?
The program first started in fiscal year 2006. So, and basically, the concept of the program is if you have increases year over year, you earn an award.
Mm-hmm.
It's very difficult for an institution, now that we're going on 10 years, to increase year over year for 10 years in a row. So you do see some variation between institutions that they'll get an award for a couple of years, miss it for a year, come back in. I think that it's a complex, or it's a combination of a number of factors that lead to the overage. Institutions may have capacity constraints. On occasion, they do have that. There could be a situation where perhaps they didn't remember to apply it to the program. So it's a number of reasons that contribute to the overage.
When I first mentioned this to some deans, they were just shocked. They just couldn't believe that there would be any money left over. My thought was the original intent, wasn't it to help them with faculty salary?
Yes, originally it was for faculty salary, and then in fiscal year 10, starting in 10, they broadened the expenditure allowances to cover a broad range of things, including equipment, and other types of things which
STEM labs and things like that.
which
yeah.
institutions have definitely made good use of in buying mannequins and those type of things. So it's I think that was a very positive change by the legislature in giving the institutions the flexibility to spend the money where they needed to spend it.
Because that is it is a barrier for expanding. If you don't have the lab space and the lab equipment to, take care of 100 more students, that's true. Well, on a taxpayer level, I really don't have an issue with looking at this, since we seem to have some money is not being utilized, and either we give it back in scholarships or we give it back to the taxpayers, or we just use it to balance our budget. But Raymond, I don't have a real objection to this. I do understand that I believe what the legislators are doing, and probably Lois Colcourse would concur with Donna Howard, that, if we give up this money now, we may never get it back. And I'm sure that's what their concern is. But I do think the industry would, once it becomes evident as the years go by, if we're not following our continuous growth trend lines that we've seen with nursing over the next few years, I think that we'll just have to work on the legislature and get it back. So,
Anything else, Ms. Battles?
I just wanted to follow up with Dr. Teuscher regarding JAMP. So I got some more information, and I went back to my notes from our June retreat in 2014, which is the discussion at the time that we had regarding an exceptional item request that we had put forward to increase the stipend for JAMP students. And that is when, that's when we decided that we needed to put all of our efforts into GME expansion. And so we did not move forward with a exceptional item increasing JAMP. So that was that situation. I wanted to make sure that I circled back with you on that. And my understanding is the program is fully subscribed, that it serves 100 students every year, and they are all economically disadvantaged students. So it's an effective program. But that's why we're not recommending 100% elimination. And that's all I had.
At this time, I'd like to invite Ray Martinez, President of the Independent Colleges and University of Texas, who is registered as testifying against this agenda item. And counsel, how long does he have? So, and you're ready to do 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I realize I stand between you and adjournment, so I will definitely stick to my 3 minutes. My name is Ray Martinez. I'm president of the Independent Colleges and Universities of Texas. Chairman Steen, thank you. Chairman Jenkins, thank you for your leadership of this board. You have our letter, so I'm not going to spend too much time. My board asked me to come and get on the record and testify with our concerns. So I'll just reiterate here in a few minutes, or in the few minutes that I have, a few of the major points that we have already articulated in the letter that I know has been distributed. Before I do that, let me thank the fine staff here at the Coordinating Board. We enjoy a very collaborative and positive relationship with all of the staff members here at the Coordinating Board. We appreciate that. We're particularly appreciative for Commissioner Paredes' leadership, his collaboration. It's important to ICUP members. And in particular, for this moment, I do want to say thank you to Deputy Commissioner Battles as well, because she reached out to me, over a week ago to give me a heads up, and she gave me ample time to be able to talk to my board, formulate a letter, get it signed by 11 board members who are all university presidents, and deliver it to you in ample time for you to digest it. With that in mind, let me just, if I could, make a few points about TEG. TEG, like TEOG and Texas Grants, is a need-based financial aid program. Currently, nearly 6 out of every 10 TEG recipients are also Pell Grant recipients, which means that they are among the most financially needy in higher education. In fact, the number of TEG recipients who are also Pell recipients has increased over the past 10 years from 52% to now nearly 60%. The average family income of a TEG recipient is $44,669. Current funding for TEG is able to serve only about 53% of those who show as eligible at ICUT institutions as TEG eligible. So just 53% with current funding levels. And obviously our concern is, if this recommendation is approved and funding is reduced by $11 million for the coming biennium, we're going to serve even fewer than that number. ICUT member institutions value our role as a part of the Texas higher education infrastructure. In 2011, along with TEOG, along with Texas Grants, TEG endured a 20%, an average of about a 20% cut in funding. Now, we realize that there's no guarantee ever that we'll get that money back, but we've worked hard over the last 2 legislative sessions to try to restore to TEG some of that funding that was lost in 2011 when we all had to step up because of very difficult economic times for our state. We've worked hard and we've enjoyed strong legislative support over the last 2 funding cycles, including from the Coordinating Board, to restore some of that 20% loss in funding. Again, we realize that there's no guarantee we're ever going to get it back, but we've been working hard for the last 2 funding cycles to at least get back some of that 20% reduction. Needless to say, if this recommendation goes through and we lose $11 million for the coming biennium, that's a setback to those efforts. And finally, ICUT institutions help the state to meet its 60 by 30 TX goals. The 4- and 6-year graduation rates for students attending ICUT institutions is near or above national completion rates. We are focused at ICUT member institutions on assisting students to access, persist, and complete their post-secondary education. And I'll just close with the following. If this were a normal spring or fall semester, we may have asked a student or two, maybe from Untitled or Concordia or St. Edward's, to come and show themselves and be a face of TEG and tell you their personal story as to why it's so important for them to receive TEG funding. As it turns, well, we don't have those students available just right now. It's summer. But as it turns out, there is somebody who can speak to that, and that is me. I was a TEG recipient from 1983 through 1987 at Southwestern University. Without TEG in my financial aid bucket, I don't think I ever would have left Alice, Texas, my hometown, to possibly go to college anywhere, much less a small liberal arts college like I did at Southwestern, completed my degree, and went on to a career. And so our point today is that you're choosing to adopt, if you do, a policy recommendation that really is impacting the number of students who are going to have a choice in terms of being able to complete or go to college to access, hopefully persist, and hopefully complete their degree. We understand the challenges faced by the coordinating board in complying with the budget instructions and the requirement that a 4% reduction be made. Truth be told, when the legislature kicks off in January 10th of 2017, ICUT is going to advocate for at least stable, at least current funding at our current baseline levels, or an increase in funding for all of the major financial aid programs, TEG, TEOG, and Texas grants. That will be our position. But we realize that today your position is comply with a 4% requirement to reduce your budget. We understand that. But you're reducing TEG if you adopt this proposal by 5.72%. We realize that higher ed, public higher ed, have to comply as well with the 4% reduction requirement. We would ask you at a minimum to take that 5.72% down to 4% so that you treat us the same as the other public higher education institutions. We'd prefer if you protect current baseline funding for TEG, but again, we understand the difficult choices that this agency has to make in complying with the 4% reduction. Mr. Chairman, ICUT has 39 members, 5 of which are historically black colleges and universities, the very 5 HBCUs that are impacted by the Centers for Teacher Education that you all talked about earlier. 13 of our 39 members are now designated as Hispanic serving institutions. We serve a diverse and economically and racially diverse demographic of our state. We value our state's role in the post-secondary infrastructure, and we respectfully ask you to reconsider this 5.72% cut in TEG funding. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Any questions? Commissioner, could I put you on the spot to respond?
Yes, ultimately, I'm the one that had to support this recommendation. It's a Sophie's choice. When you have to take these kinds of budget cuts, we took into consideration that our primary responsibility is to public education. We took into account that while the majority of funds in TEG go to very needy students, the neediest students, virtually 100% of Texas grant money goes to those students. The fact that at a public institution, money goes a little bit further than it does at a private institution. Those are the factors that determined our decision. We didn't like to make it, and I wish you all good luck in terms of your argument to the legislature. But when we have to take a 4% cut, we have to do it in big programs. And ultimately, we decided that it was more important to hold the Texas grant program at current rates rather than cut it, and that's what we came up with. It's not a choice or decision we made lightly or happily.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other questions for Mr. Martinez? Thank you, sir, for coming today. We appreciate
Thank you, sir.
it. So we're back. This is Agenda Item 10C, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to the agency's legislative appropriation request for fiscal years 2018 and 2019. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Oh, you have something else?
Yes, I'm sorry. I need to remind you that the LBB has not submitted our official base yet. And so this, I would ask that you adopt this recommendation, but if their base comes in at substantially lower than what the staff has estimated here, obviously we'll have a lower 4% target amount, but
Right.
we'll still need to apply some additional cuts because of the top 10%, depending on what they do with that base. So what I would recommend is that you authorize the board chair, vice chair, and agency operations committee chair to approve the LAR for submission on August 5th if the LBB's base reconciliation is substantially lower than what you have considered today.
Good point. So do we have a motion of that sort?
I have a question. How would it be more?
Yeah.
If it's less, 4%
Well,
of less is less.
The base would go down, but we have to find the cuts because we applied $15 million in cuts to the top 10% based on the current level base funding for the program. We know that it's overfunded in the base because the legislature last session phased out funding for the program and directed us to award only renewal students in the program, no new students. So our estimate for what we need to fund renewal students in the next biennia is more like the 3.2% or 3.2 million that we left in the strategy after taking the cut at 15 million.
So your plan is if the base comes in from the LBB lower, you would take that additional money from the top 10% to meet the goal? Is that what you're saying?
No, right now, so the staff has made an estimate on this base, assuming that the Legislative Budget Board will maintain the 18.2 million in the top 10% base.
I see. That's the only thing
But
that
they may
could.
cut it. They
Yeah.
may say, wait a minute, we know you don't need this much because your estimate for renewal students is only 3.2 million. So
15 million.
it's a 15 million delta. Now, if they remove that from our base, yes, our base will go down. But I don't know by how much, and I don't know what exactly the 4% amount will be, but we may have to apply cuts elsewhere. And so that means looking at some of the programs that we didn't cut, perhaps looking at those like Texas Research Incentive Program, which is a very popular program, but you know, unless you want to obliterate some other program, but we feel that we would need some kind of input from the board chair, vice chair, and committee chair to make those
So
decisions.
what happens if the base is higher?
If the base is higher, I don't think that we would have a higher base.
And it's just for that one line item we're talking about. We're not talking about all the other items that they might adjust,
Beyond time is another one, but
that they might
Yeah,
adjust.
let me, on the base, to answer your question, Mr. Teuscher, the base, in a typical scenario, our base would be flat to this current biennium. So we'll take this current 16-17 biennium by program for GRD, and typically they would hold us flat to that, excluding Baylor and some other nuances that we have, as Ms. Battles talked about with the research funding that we had and for the bonds. But this round, the unknown is we have beyond time, both public and private, and those were set into renewal only last in the 84 session. We have top 10%, which had the same impact. Both of those are funded by either GR or GRD. What we're not aware of is whether they will level funding from this biennium will have less students in 18-19. So the funding requirement in 18-19 for all three of those programs will be less. If they give us level funding, our intent is to then utilize that differential. We can offset TEG reduction, we could offset Texas grant, a lot of financial aid, and a lot of these other programs. But that is a large question mark. We have asked LBB, we have not heard a response back. Everything right now, the response is they're working on it, and we have 2 weeks to submit. And so I hope that answers your question. We would not see higher than 16-17. If anything, they could pull out the delta of renewal only for top 10% and the be on time, in which case we would actually have a lower starting point for our base and then have to cut 4% from there. We've removed $15 million for top 10% in hopes that we will have that available to do so. But as we've had discussions internally, that could be a risk, that if LBB takes that up front out of our base, we will have to then cut deeper into other programs. We'll have to take Texas Grant, TEOG, et cetera, and we'll have to hit those harder. And that's what Ms. Battles is saying. We need a contingency just in case to be able to get approved.
And so what will be the thought process on where to make those other cuts? I mean, obviously, as we all know, this is a very painful process, and a lot has gone into it, and it's just difficult all the way around. But we have the potential to have to make quite a few more cuts.
I think, as the commissioner indicated, we have to look at the higher funded
you've got
programs.
your prioritize.
We have to look at the higher funded programs so that we're not devastating those lower funded priority programs that are high priority.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you're going to have to go to our spreadsheet and look at some of those first 5% reduction scenarios.
Right.
And Texas Grant stands out with 30 million right there. Okay, I move approval.
I second.
And your motion is along the lines that Ms. Battles suggested.
Approve this and give the three chairs the right to approve something independent of the board if we're below our base.
Ms. Shepherd, you seconded? Okay. Any further discussion?
Just to clarify, so we're going to break out these EIRs into 7 different groups?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. That's part of that.
Right. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is 10D, consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendations to the Board relating to amendments to Chapter 25, Subchapter A, Sections 25.3 to 25.6 of Board Rules concerning the optional retirement program. We have our Director of Human Resources available to answer questions. Are there any questions or is there any discussion on this item?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, so a motion by Dr. Teuscher and seconded by Ms. Shepherd. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. The next two items, 10E and 10F, were on the consent calendar. The last item under the Agency Operations Committee agenda relates to the final report and audit of formula funding at South Texas College, and Mark Pale is available to answer questions.
Is he here just for questions?
Yeah, I know, obviously, we discussed this pretty thoroughly yesterday, and
So there was a committee recommendation. Can you read that, and we could...
do we have somebody that could help me with that, Council, in terms of what the recommendation, or do you have that, Mr. Pale?
I don't want to restate it because I want it to be the way it was stated yesterday.
I believe the recommendation of the committee was to recoup the approximately $1.1 million over a period of time, not to exceed 5 years?
No.
Oh.
No. The recommendation had 2 components. One was to immediately cease any additional funding.
Correct.
And to recoup all inappropriately provided funds. in arrears. That's the general two components.
When would over what period of time would the,
Wasn't discussed.
Was not stated.
okay.
I move approval.
Motion by Ms. Shepherd and seconded by Mr. Raven. Is there any discussion? The motion by Ms. Shepherd and seconded by Mr. Raven. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Pale, before you go, we had a discussion yesterday, and we can't really do anything today about it, but explain what your thoughts are on perhaps us delegating to you the resolution of what you might call smaller matters.
The discussion, we talked about the significance of this activity as it pertained to Weatherford College and South Texas College. There are others that were within the smaller percentage, other institutions, and two of those institutions currently are under review or have audits in progress. And so I had mentioned to Mr. Steen that, to task the board with going through this process that we went through yesterday and now today, including, the executive session discussion for amounts that are going to be substantially lower. One of the institutions, I believe, was in the range of, depending if you went under 18 or under 16, but let's say under $100,000, or potentially if you went for 16-year-old and under, it would be, closer to $20,000 that would be questioned. So I guess my question was, going forward, in order to conclude those two projects and potentially any others that might come up on our plan where we would question these smaller dollar amounts, is there a process that we can use? We use a process when we do an audit of Texas Grant, for instance, and we question funds. It's since I've been here, it's been the practice that we work with the program area, we work with the, with Dr. Gardner, with the commissioner on deciding whether or not an institution needs to repay, and then that's built into the audit report, and the institution typically repays those smaller amounts. This, to me, seems no different, but I guess I just wanted to broach that idea or mention it while we're talking about this question of formula funding and whether we can, I guess, use that same practice that we've used also for other financial aid programs.
So I just wanted the board to be aware that we talked about that, and it's not on the agenda today, so would it be all right if you brought something at the next meeting for us to consider along those lines? Okay, would you do that, please?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the only thing I'd say is I think staff understands how this board feels, and they should treat every institution consistently. That's a real simple policy. I don't think you need to come back to the board to ask us, what do you want to do about this? If it's the same issue, just handle it.
I do feel, though, strongly public record is important, and many times even the other staff members bring a report, anything that was under a certain threshold of money, just a report saying we did these audits, this is what we felt, we recouped this. And bring it to us in a report, anything under, 100,000 threshold or something like that.
Certainly, and it would come before the committee. Right.
So, Mr. Chairman, is that all right? We could put it on the agenda for the next meeting? Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
But I would add that I do think that we need to be conscious and focus on behaviors. And yeah, because it needs to be public.
This concludes the Agency Operations Committee agenda.
Great. Thank you, John. Well done. And that does bring us to the end of our July quarterly board meeting. I need a motion to adjourn. Motion, second. And the second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you all very, very much.